And we're back. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We're doing that funky thing that we do every day again. Yes, we are. So come funk with me for the next few hours, almost certainly. So responde, s'il vous plaît, RSVP. Is that what it? Yeah, RSVP. So respondez, s'il vous plaît, if you please, Madame et Monsieur. That bald-headed or you are laughing man is in situation. Come situate with him. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodùnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, and so says the care guides. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Let me just scroll up to the top. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, Lela, moves to use license fees to gag media organizations. So this really speaks to quite a robust debate that we were having just yesterday about how free just the Nigerian media space is. So this goes towards addressing that. Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, Lela, moves to use license fees to gag media organizations. So quite what that means, we'll find out just briefly. Okay, so I'll save this one to the latter half of it. So let me just move this one back. Just bear with me one moment. It's just these things that you have to do just to make sure things are aligned. So as we align, so this now, a lot of controversy. One of the biggest controversies that would live long in reference back to the Buhari administration, of course, is Ruga, which they tried to push, but the country pushed back. But then they are pushing it under another coloration. Remember that they rebranded it to this now new name. Why federal government will implement National Livestock Transformation Plan? Abubakar speaking, so the Minister for Agriculture. So National Livestock Transformation Plan is the name that they rebranded Ruga. A lot of you will recall it at that time when they then came out with a replacement for Ruga, and they termed it with this appellation. Why federal government will implement National Livestock Transformation Plan? Abubakar, the Minister of Agriculture speaking, so you will get that Ruga come hell or high water, essentially what Malam Buhari is saying. Yorubas must unite. OONI declares as FAYEMI monarchs orders storm Ife for sixth coronation anniversary. So this is the thing though. We talk about Yoruba nation, and when you talk about Yoruba nation, you think of the frontal potency of somebody like Sunday Igboho. But then, of course, the Yorubas have always only ever achieved things one way and one way or only with stealth and guile. So it is stealth and guile that will ever give us the Yoruba nation, not shouting round market squares. And the Oni speaks to that space. Yorubas must unite, Oni declares, as Fayemi monarchs others storm Ife for sixth coronation anniversary. So the guy has only actually been in situation for 6 months. He's had so much impact, you'll think he had been there longer. Still staying with Fayemi, Ekiti 2022, Biodun Oyebanji resigns as SSG to contest for governorship of the state. So there you are, the special, as the senior special, whatever SSG is, certainly his lieutenant has now been anointed essentially as the replacement. So that language then of appointing and anointing a replacement by sitting governors were still on that topic. Ekiti 2022, Biodun Oyebanji resigns as SSG to contest for governorship. So that anointing now we'll see just how that plays out. So this next story now submitted by the mighty Alexander Gomez himself. So this is what I encourage and ask people to do. And this is why I put up my Instagram so that you can submit clips and videos that you would like us to discuss. That is not to say I will discuss it, but then if it's strong enough or if I feel it is strong enough, then I'll present it to the platform. So this strong enough submitted by the mighty Gomez, and we present it to the platform. Africa needs maximum 20 of Akufo-Addo's leadership to develop. Who is saying this? Is Dangote. So now you may well see that as just business talk and him schmoozing that space. But there's an underpinning to that headline because that, of course, a tacit and just a criticism, just a side swipe essentially at the Nigerian space and his fellow Fulani man that sits astride it. Because, of course, the recommendation that he is giving to the African space is 20 more, at least several more, or the Ghanaian model replicated right across the space. Africa needs maximum 20 of Akufo-Addo's leadership to develop. This is Aliko Dangote speaking to the space, so quite what underpins that. We'll discuss it hopefully in full in full length. This as well, this off the back of narratives from yesterday as well. Nigeria confirms 3 additional Omicron variant cases. So now we were speaking just a robust discussion as to why the United Kingdom decided to uh, travel ban Nigeria, and that, of course, off the back of this situation. Nigeria confirms 3 additional Omicron variant cases. So, what that means and what that adds up to, we'll discuss it at full length. And we've been trying to introduce human interest to this platform, human interest storylines to this platform to break up the heavyweight of politics. So this now last piece that I'm presenting to you is an amalgam of the two, a little bit of politics and a little bit of human interest. I didn't have sex for 6 years because Fani Kayode could not perform in bed. Former wife says to the courts. So this is her now swearing on oath now that the other preening and peacocking that we see Fani Kayode do in the public space, it doesn't quite preen and peacock in the bedroom. I did not have sex for 6 years because Fani Kayode could not perform in bed. Former minister's ex-wife tells court. So hopefully we have a good laugh at that, and especially at the expense of Fani Kayode. But before we do anything, we come in now via what now has become the traditional quarters the Eastern Quarters, and another Python dance.
iPod omeriwo n'Izu olile ya Abakari mama dawura Olabori Mary Nandi win the war Python dance 1 Python dance 2 na Python dance 3 Olabori Mary Nandi win the war Python dance 1 Python dance 2 na Python dance 3 Unapoli Mary Nandi bụ onye du iPod o meriwo n'izu mbiro ya Abakari mama ndawura Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war Python dance 1 Python dance 2 na Python dance 3 Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi.
And there we are, Python Dance, Nnamdi Mati Winnie War, Python Dance, Nnamdi Mati Winnie War. Before I carry on, can I ask if any of the moderators are in the platform, if any of the moderators are present, can you please delete this name? Can you block this name that I've just highlighted? That almost certainly like a bot or something looking to spread whatever it is that is intent on spreading. So please delete that person forthwith. So delete that person forthwith, and then Nnamdi Kanu wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, Lela, moves to use license fees to gag media organizations. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, Balarabe Lela, has perfected plans to clamp down on broadcasting organizations perceived as being anti-government using the cover of their failure to pay license fees, correspondents have gathered. Inside sources said Lela has ordered a clandestine task team to compile a list of media organizations whose contents and coverage are critical of Muhammadu Buhari's administration. They added that an in-house team has equally been tasked with compiling the outstanding financial obligations of NBC licensees. Actually, let's take that all over again. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, Balarabe Lela, has perfected plans to clamp down on broadcasting organizations perceived as being anti-government using the cover of their failure to pay license fees, correspondents gather. Inside sources said Lela has ordered a clandestine task team to compile a list of media organizations whose contents and coverage are critical of Muhammadu Buhari's administration. They added that an in-house team has equally been tasked with compiling the outstanding financial obligations of NBC licensees. NBC had in November given a December 20th, 2021 deadline to its licensees to pay up their debts or risk sanctions that include shutdown. We have been directed to identify radio and television stations that are owing license and operation fees. This is almost routine since these organizations, as part of the conditions of their licenses, are meant to pay these monies. That is not something harmful, one of the sources in the agency said. But we have learned that there is an outside list that the DG has ordered for. It is a list of those stations that attack the government, carry negative content, and invite anti government panelists to their programs. We don't know the identities of those compiling this list, but we know it was outsourced. It is something it is something that could have been done internally from our monitoring, but there must be a reason why the DG outsourced it. Another employee of the organization expressed concerns at the implication of the plan on its integrity, saying that if implemented, it could jeopardize the Commission's ability to collect fees owed by media houses in the future. He said, there is every likelihood that shutting down broadcasting houses on account of unpaid license and operation fees could be interpreted as a clampdown on these companies. You can then imagine how outraged Nigerians and the global community would be when it is found out that these radio and television stations to be shut down are the ones that are critical of the government. In the future, any in the future, any organization that does not want to pay its license fee would simply start attacking the government of the day, and it will automatically be immune from paying. If only the DG would look inwards and towards the cadre of the staff members that have the institutional memory, then he can save the commission from this impending embarrassment. Human rights groups and non government organizations have criticized the plan to use unpaid fees as the basis for shutting down media organizations that are perceived to be anti government, saying it is a reflection of an escalation of attacks on free press in Nigeria. Veteran media practitioner and publisher of Premium Times, Dapo Olorun Yomi, last month called for the withdrawal of the sixth MBC Code amendment, a basis that Leila is reportedly hinging the impending clampdown on the media on. Olorun Yomi declared that the tirades against the media from the sitting government of President Buhari are incredibly worse than we have ever endured in the days of the brutal military government, which again featured Buhari prominently, especially the notorious Decree 4 of 1984, which impacted a most distasteful experience on the psyche of media as well as the rest of the citizens till date. So there you are. It's just this is just what they do anyway. You heard it, so I don't really need to embellish too much more. Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, has explained the rationale for the federal government's decision to implement the National Livestock Transformation Plan. Abubakar said the NLTP would be implemented to close the dairy importation gap and address other challenges to livestock development in Nigeria. The minister stated this at a virtual meeting on Tuesday with commissioners of agriculture across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory Abuja and other stakeholders on the state level project socialization on livestock productivity and resilience support project. So whatever that means. The minister, represented by the Director, Animal Husbandry Services Department in the ministry, Mrs. Winnie Lai Solari, stated that the L Press program, a project to support the actualization of the NLTP, is targeted at addressing the age-long low. Pardon me, something just popped up on the screen. Is targeted at addressing the age-long low investment profile in the subsector to improve livestock productivity, resilience, and commercialization of selected Let's just pause there because I was getting a bit bored with the technical talk, but that nearly skipped me by. So listen to this again. I'll take it just from top of that paragraph. The minister represented by the Director of Animal Husbandry Services Department in the ministry, Mrs. Winnie Lai Sholari, stated that the L Press program, a project to support the actualization of the NLTP, is targeted at addressing the age-long low investment profile in the subsector to improve livestock productivity. So livestock productivity, that's the one thing I want you to land on. Resilience, commercialization of selected value chains. So livestock productivity and commercialization of selected value chains are the two things that I want you to hold, because those are the two things that pop out so far from this readout. So livestock productivity. What is livestock productivity? Uh, it goes from fish pond to cattle rearing, doesn't it? But then it narrows it down, and commercialization of selected value chains. So what that interprets at, of course, well, I have my speculations, but do you have yours? As well as strengthen the country's capacity to respond to crises or emergencies. He reaffirmed that the LPRESS project will facilitate the achievement of food security, reduce incessant conflict between farmers and herders, and cushion the effect of a C-19 pandemic on the livestock industry in alignment with government strategies and policies, including the promotion of climate smart livestock production. So that's another one that you need to land on. Climate smart livestock production. What does that mean? A lot of these things that we're hearing, that's the reason why these people are cascading to the south, is because of climate change that has decimated the vegetation in that space. So that's another Ruga insertion right there. The promotion of climate smart livestock production and productivity, expansion of rural economy for employment and income generation, promotion of exports and reduction in the importation of livestock and livestock products, involvement and empowerment of women, youth, and vulnerable people. So that's just an inclusion to, cushion it down, to, to temper it down. According to the minister, it is glaring with the current priorities in the world's food supply systems that the next issue of focus will be animal protein supply chains and its nexus with global welfare and security. Nations' ability to provide good quality and affordable animal protein has not only been linked with their pecuniary status, it has been confirmed to have direct relationship with human capital development and intellectual quotient. Although Nigeria livestock subsector provides about 36.5% of the total protein intake of Nigerians, it also contributes about 8 to 10% of the agricultural GDP and 5% of the national gross domestic product, and has been a key contributor to poverty reduction, especially in the rural area. So, fancy words and elegant language was essentially Ruga, whether you like it or not. Yoruba must unite, OONI declares, as FAYEMI monarchs, others storm Ife for sixth coronation. So a loaded space, FAYEMI, of course, are politicking for the presidency. The Arole Oòduà and Ooni of Ife, Ooni Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has declared that the descendants of Oduduwa must unite across the world regardless of religion or political differences. Ooni Ogunwusi made the declaration at his Ile Oòduà Palace on Tuesday during the commemoration of his sixth coronation anniversary, describing the Yorubas as natural leaders who are being watched by other nationalities for direction at all times. So let me just pause there for a moment because, of course, a lot of you, some of you that were here yesterday, you would recall my conversation with the charming young Charles, and I was explaining to him then that the world belongs to the Yorubas. And almost nearly barely 24 hours later, this is what the OONI himself is saying now. The world belongs to the Yorubas. This is what he's saying. OONI Ogunwusi made the declaration at his Ile Odua Palace on Tuesday during the commemoration of his sixth coronation anniversary, describing the Yorubas as natural leaders who are being watched by other nationalities for directions at all times. Oni, according to a press statement signed by his media and publicity director, Comrade Moses Olafare, said, "Our unity is non-negotiable, and this is the best time that such irreplaceable virtue is needed the most. We must speak with one voice at all times as we prevent politics, religion, and other biases from setting us apart. In whatever we do, we must be conscious of the fact that we are being watched by others and we cannot afford to let the world down." So the world, though, not even Nigeria, the world. So this is what I am saying, and this is what I insist upon. And the Oni, he just legitimizes that thought. He puts the seal of authority on it. In whatever we do, we must be conscious of the fact that we are being watched by others, and we cannot afford to let the world down, especially those looking up to us for leadership, Oni Ogunwusi said. Addressing the happy crowd on the journey so far, Oni Ogunwusi described the 6 years of his reign as the goodness of God Almighty, explaining that the moments therein were not without challenges, which were defeated through love and support of his subjects. Six is not just a common figure. It can be likened to Ifa in Yoruba language, and I am sure that we all want Ifa, which is freebie. I don't understand that, so let me reread that again. Six is not just a common figure. It is six is not just a common figure. It can be likened to Ifa in Yoruba language. And I am sure that we all want Ifa, Ifa. No, Ifa. So, Ifa, yes. So, Ifa and Ifa, different things. So, that then rhymes more. So, six is not just a common language. It can be likened to Ifa in Yoruba language. And I'm sure we all want Ifa, which is freebie. The days ahead are promising, and we shall continue to work for the goodness of all. Oni Ogunwusi added. The executive governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Kayode FAYEMI, who doubles as the chairman, Nigeria's Governors Forum on Monday night, led top members of the Ekiti State government to pay homage to the Oni at the ancient Ile Odua Palace, wishing the frontline monarch a long, peaceful reign on the throne of his ancestors. The event climaxed on Tuesday with an early morning prayer session by the Ife Muslim Community, Christian Association of Nigeria, and the traditional worshippers at the Palace Auditorium. As part of its investment in human development and capacity building for the youths, 5 youths who were trained freely under Oni Ogunwusi's Idire Odua initiative got certified and empowered with startup capitals at the event. The event was witnessed by prominent traditional rulers, including the Olu of Ilaro and prominent ruler of Yewa land, Oba Kende Adegbenle, Ewi of Ado Ekiti, Oba Rufus Adeyomi, etc., etc. So the high and the mighties were all there, essentially what that means. But how high, never mind mighty, is this? Pass the baton. Yeah, is what is going on in Ekiti State. Ekiti 2022. Biodun Oyebanji resigns as SSG to contest for governorship. So this is the thing, and the anointing goes on, and it is not even a Christian gathering. Biodun Oyebanji, the secretary to Ekiti State government, has resigned his appointment to contest for the 2022 governorship election. In a statement on Tuesday in Ado-Ekiti, Yinka Oyebode, the chief press secretary to Governor Kayode FAYEMI, said the governor had accepted Oyebanji's resignation dated the 3rd of December. According to him, Oyebanji cited his decision to contest the forthcoming governorship election in the state as the reason for his resignation. Governor Fayemi is accepting Oyebanji's resignation, thanked the former SSG for his remarkable contribution to the administration since its inception in 2018. He also wished him well in his future endeavors. Oyebode said, Mr. Oyebanji, a former university lecturer, had previously served as chief of staff during the administration of former governor Niyi Adebayo. He was also the commissioner for budget and economic planning during Mr. Fayemi's first term. Mr. Oyebanji was secretary of the movement for the creation of Ekiti and played significant roles leading to the creation of the state 25 years ago. So it sounds well deserving. If he has done that much, then good luck to him. Is all I can say to that. So this now next story, as I said, just submitted by the mighty Mr. Gomez. Africa needs maximum 20 of Akufo-Addo's leadership to develop. Dangote, no less a person, coming up with that assertion. Nigerian business magnate Dangote challenged African leaders to fix power supply challenge. Africa's most successful businessman, Aliko Dangote, has posited that the continent of Africa only requires a maximum of 20 out of its 54 presidents to be visionary leaders to realize development. The Nigerian business magnate, speaking at a forum organized by the African Center for Economic Transformation in Accra, said a maximum 20 presidents with vision like President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of Ghana, Paul Kagame of Rwanda, and Alassane Ouattara of Ivory Coast will propel the continent towards achieving development. We do not need to have all 54 countries to have visionary leaders. What we need is a maximum of 20 of the likes of President of Ghana, Rwanda, and Cote d'Ivoire, he stated. Speaking at the forum, the executive chairman of Dangote Group tagged speaking at the forum, the executive chairman of Dangote Group tagged erratic power supply as one of the biggest challenges facing the African continent. No power, no growth. We need to make sure we tackle the issue of power, the businessman said at the first panel discussion at the Development Finance Forum held in Accra. He noted that the inefficient supply of power on the continent threatens the survival of small businesses as income generated by such businesses eventually go into purchasing fuel to power generators. Meanwhile, these generators are meant to be backup or standby, but now the generators are those that are providing consistent power and the grid is now standby, he bemoaned. Whilst calling for urgent action to address the situation, Mr. Dangote, who is adjudged Africa's richest man, said, that does not make sense. For example, the entire state of Kano, with a population of 21 million people, has a power supply of less than 35 megawatts from the grid. These are the issues we need to do. We must make sure that power is available. If not, businesses cannot grow. President Akufo-Addo, speaking on energy in his opening address at the forum, said the Ghanaian government has encouraged majority Ghanaian private sector participation in the Electricity Company of Ghana, the main distributor of power in Ghana, under the Millennium Challenge Compact with the United States government. Government has reviewed existing power purchase agreements. Our policy is to move Ghana from reliance on thermals. Government has reviewed existing power purchase agreements. Our policy is to move Ghana from a reliance on thermal towards renewable energy. Look at that. They are already going green in Ghana when we are still lighting candles in Nigeria. We have first decided that the new PPAs will only be signed for renewable energy. So this is the thing that is just compare and contrast, and this is the thing, and this is why people like Vin come here to boast all the time. So let's go on to this one, which speaks to something that we're speaking about at length yesterday. C19, Nigeria confirms 3 additional Omicron variant cases. Nigeria has recorded 3 additional cases of Omicron variant of the C19 pandemic, bringing the total number of confirmed cases to 6. The Director General of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, Ifedayo Adetifa, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday, noting that the new cases were detected in persons with recent travel history to South Africa. In November, Mr. Adetifa also said that through the NCDC, the Nigerian government has been notified by the government of the United Kingdom of 7 cases of Omicron variant detected in travelers from Nigeria. Given the reports of increasing numbers of Omicron cases in the United Kingdom, the NCDC is also prioritizing the sequencing of C19 positive samples in travelers with a history of travel to the United Kingdom, he said. Although the NCDC boss established that the Delta variant remains the dominant variant so far, he said the center will continue to coordinate genomic surveillance activities across the country to sequence all positive C19 samples from international travelers arriving in Nigeria, including samples from international travelers from October 2021 to date. He also added that Nigeria currently has no evidence of community transmission of Omicron variant in Nigeria. So, preventative measures. Explaining further, the NCDC boss said all viruses are naturally mutate over time and will continue to happen as long as the world does not act in concert to significantly reduce transmission through vaccination and adherence to effective public health measures such as mask use, physical distancing, hand hygiene, and ensuring good ventilation. Compliance with the travel protocols provided by the Presidential Steering Committee on C19 is mandatory for all international travelers arriving in Nigeria from any country. Incoming travelers should ensure their 2 days and 7 days tests are done as stipulated in Nigeria's travel advisory. Otherwise, there will be consequences for defaulters, which may include publication of their details, suspension of their passports, and ban on travel to Nigeria by the PSC, blah, blah, blah. So on and on it goes. He ends that with a threat, as everything often is the case within the Nigerian space. Everything ends in a threat or brutality. That is the Nigerian narrative. So finally, we land on this last story. I did not have sex for 6 years because Fani Kayode could not perform in bed. Former minister's ex-wife tells court. Beauty queen Precious Chikwendu has told a customary court of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja that a former aviation minister Femi Fani-Kayode has has erectile dysfunction. According to her, Fani-Kayode never consummated his 6 years relationship with her because of his alleged challenge. Miss Chikwendo said the 4 children she had with Fani Kayode were conceived via artificial insemination. She told the court that she was forced to be celibate. She told the court that she was forced to be celibate during the time they were together as a couple. She also told the court that the former minister did not perform any rites before their marriage nor paid her bride price. She therefore prayed the court to declare that she was never married to Fani Kayode, like she has done several times. Chikwendo accused Fani Kayode of assaulting her whilst they were married, adding that the former minister lied to her that his marriage to his third wife had ended. The petitioner, Chikwendo, stated this in her November the 29th, 2021 application for issuance of civil summons slash compliant against Fani Kayode, the respondent. I hope this is, oh wow, this is too long-winded. I may abandon this at some point because I just wanted to land really on where she was saying that, Fani Kayode, who is always parading with all these young and pretty girls, apparently they're just there for ornament and not for anything else. The suit numbered, I might just put a link to this article in the comment section because I'm almost certainly going to bail out of it at some point. The suit numbered blah 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 was filed by her counsel, Mr. Abiodun Olusanya. She is seeking the following relief: an order declaring that there was no customary marriage between the petitioner and the respondent, despite their 6-year cohabitation under the Nanka Orumba North Anambra State of Igbo native law and customs. Alternatively, assuming by the evidence during the trial, the court finds that there was a customary marriage between the parties, an order dissolving the customary marriage between the petitioner and the respondent forthwith, an order granting the petitioner access to and custody of the 4 children of the cohabitation between the parties, especially during their academic calendar, an order ordering the respondent to be continuously responsible for the academic, medical, clothing, and welfare of the 4 children of the cohabitation, an order ordering the respondent to release and return the petitioner's property. The properties are the petitioner's certificates and documents, trophies from the United Nations pageantry, Red Range Rover SUV registered under her foundation's name, and the foundation's certificates and the petitioner's pictures, amongst others. She identified others as her mother's burial videos and souvenirs, her mother's certificates and documents, her clothes and personal belongings, including gadgets, sewing machines left at the children's play area, and her refrigerator and kitchen gadgets for her food company, Mommy P Food. Chikwendo said her relationship with Fani Kayode was full of woes, lies, deceits, quarrels, assault, battery, and domestic violence, lack of trust and absence of love, public disgrace and shame, and absence of sex due to the inability to sexually perform and intolerable behavior of the respondent. She contended that there was never a marriage between the parties on the grounds, amongst others, that the respondent has continuously believed that the respondent has continuously behaved in such a way that the petitioner cannot reasonably be expected to continue to live with the respondent in any further or formal enter into any form of traditional marriage with him. She added, from the inception of the cohabitation, the respondent has been a violent person who attacks the petitioner and her family members at will without provocation. She averred that in 2016, when the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC raided Fani Kayode's house, she found his marriage certificate with his third wife, Regina. She said she confronted him with it and requested to see their divorce certificate, following which he allegedly confessed that he had yet to do so. Chikwendo said, at every attempt the petitioner made to have sexual intercourse with the respondent, there was um, Chikwendo said, at every attempt the petitioner made to have sexual intercourse with the respondent, there was never erection of the respondent's manhood, and, and penetration was frustrating. During such periods of frustration and sexual desire, the petitioner would be left with the choice of merely rubbing herself on the on the respondent to have the slightest bit of relief. The petitioner then insisted parties should seek medical. The petitioner then insisted parties should seek medical advice for the respondent, and on visiting the family doctor, the respondent claimed he was diagnosed of having a cyst on his manhood, which is not allowing the respondent to have erections or perform sexually. The respondent was supposedly placed on Seprotard, and the doctor suggested that the respondent should go and decide when he wishes to remove slash untangle the cyst. Few days after the visit to the doctor, the respondent informed the petitioner that he had discussed with Regina and she had prayed over it that the respondent should not do the operation or else he would die. The respondent never took the Cyprotab medication, but anytime the petitioner tried to engage the respondent in sexual activities, the respondent would claim his manhood was paining him and then drink the medication. The petitioner bought toys for the respondent, but the respondent refused to use it and warned the petitioner never to suggest it again. Chikwendo averred further that since August 2020 that she walked out of the cohabitation with the respondent, she had been continually denied access to her children, and her children have been continually deprived parental, motherly care, and protection. She claimed that Fani Kayode was in a habit of not paying his domestic staff slash workers slash nannies, which leaves the workers angry and they could unleash or transfer their anger on the children. They may kill any of the children any day if the children are left with the respondent. Most of the domestic staff slash workers slash nannies that are not paid their wages usually resign and run away without informing anyone, And considering the security situation, the workers could kidnap any of the children. Currently, the respondent is in court with some of the former domestic staff slash workers for non-payment of salaries and abuse. Fani Kayode has yet to file a response to the application. So I'm glad I read that in full. That was quite entertaining. That gave me a giggle. So Thomas, I see you. And I didn't even know I still had this Python dance guy on the screen. Thomas, I see you. And Ajanle Koko, not Ajanle Koko, Ola, I see you. So who is saying that my screen is freezing? My screen is not freezing. Is my screen freezing, Thomas?
No.
I don't know what this guy is talking about.
No,
I
you
think
got the pattern dance on the screen.
that was on the
permanent.
screen. Oh yeah. So yeah, I hadn't realized that I had not taken it down. So apologies for that. But nevertheless, Alexander is saying the report was too graphic. But what are you making then of what we're hearing from Nikayode's wife that
predicament.
all this chest pumping all over the place, but alas, he's not pumping anything where he should be pumping. What are you making of this Chikwendo character's her legal thing?
Woman, it's ridiculous. Now, you shouldn't shame anybody like this. This is ridiculous. Even I don't believe totally what she is alleging, but even though if it is true, oh no, you shouldn't ridicule somebody like this. Now, this is somebody. This is the father of your child. Even if you use insemination, use anything, no, you shouldn't come out like this. If you have
Thomas,
any differences,
have you heard the phrase "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned"? Have you heard that phrase? Hell hath no
no.
fury. Yes, that is what that means. If you offend a woman, they will. You can offend anybody, but don't offend a woman. Oh. If you offend a woman in a way that she takes offense to it, she will have you. And this is what this woman is after blood, though. Now she's turned the guy.
No. It's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. Now, you
Eh?
shouldn't go this route.
Is not able to tabiobio. This is what this woman is saying.
Even one man, even if he can't tabiobio now, it is too graphic.
Yeah, well,
Alexander
and this was in a court something as well, though. She wasn't even saying it as a gossip. She filed it as a court that for 6 years the guy couldn't,
Are they going to read this in the court?
But that is what she filed now. We have the case file and everything, the file number. This is what she's applying, that she wants the marriage nullified because it wasn't consummated. Unbelievable.
No, but it shouldn't go this route.
Thomas, yes, I was going to say what one man just said now. See, I understand the emotions, but these guys, they've taken themselves to court, and the person that wants out would do everything to present a case. That's just the situation. So this lady was like trying to present her case, and she has to do everything to win that case. So it's not as if it went on the public media and started announcing that. I think those people that were present in the court, maybe they were the one that captured all those tests.
No, she filed it. That was
Exactly.
so it's a public document. She filed it that I want to annul my marriage, and these are the reasons why. The marriage was not consummated because the guy could not, get it up, not to be too vulgar with it. He couldn't get it up. And then she went on to describe his medical journeys and whatnot,
Yeah. So that to me, that's what I just saw the lady, what the lady did. I don't believe that she intentionally did that. But
no, she did. No, she did. She did it to spite him. She did it to spite him. But Thomas, let's hear from Thomas. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, one man. And you one thing people forget is internet never forget. Their children will come to see this thing. It will really haunt you in the future. If we
But
are fight,
is she not opening up another space? Because she's a young, beautiful woman, a beauty queen as well. And she is saying she was in an 8-year marriage that was not consummated. So is she then telling us that she's remained, what's that term? She's not, that she's remained inactive for those 6 years too? Is that what she is saying?
woman, that's why I said I don't totally agree with 100% what she said. As you rightly said, if woman want you
Celibate,
down,
yes. Yeah, that's what I was
yes,
looking for. So
they
she's saying she
will.
was celibate for 6 years.
Oh, no, no, no. I don't believe it.
Well, there you
I
are
don't
then. If
believe it.
she's saying for 6 years the man couldn't, perform, then did she perform? With whom? This is the thing.
Yes, it's very ridiculous. And they have 4 kids. 4 kids.
No, she said that was
Internet never.
artificial insemination that was.
How do we know?
No, that's what she
As you,
said. She would know.
that's what she said, but
Yeah.
how do we know 100% what she said is right?
But she says it now. It's a matter of this would have been done by a doctor, so it's a matter of records what they did. So
And it can be confirmed.
of course now it's not
Yes.
artificial intent. They will go to a hospital and go through a process.
Woman, it's not something we should be discussing. To me, or I don't know.
Well, no, it's in the public
It's
space. It's a public
I
figure.
know, I don't
Yeah.
know. I said you. It's something we should debate, but it's not something a woman should bring out. Even you have
Well,
kids for this man.
women fight dirty. I don't know if you've ever. You are lucky enough that you've never crossed a woman because this is what I am getting from you. If you cross a woman in a way that she feels it in her heart, mommy, you can run, oh, but you can't hide. You hell had no fury. They will have you. They will have you.
It's I know. But it's ridiculous. It's just that's. I don't want to go further.
All
It's
right.
ridiculous.
Let me
How
then
old is
take
this?
you.
Okay. How old is this woman that we are talking about?
I don't
How
know,
old
but
is
she's relatively young. They didn't detail her age.
FAYEMI is 61. So it could be his own problem could be of age. It not
No,
necessarily
no.
means that
I don't think 61 is that. I mean, there are 80-year-old men still, but I don't know. But let me
okay.
move Thomas on to another talking point. Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, Lela, moves to use license fees to gag media organizations. So this now Fulani guy, Balarabe Lela, he calls himself, just relatively newly appointed into that space. And he's now asking functionaries to compile a list of organizations and media outfits that are critical of the Malam Buhari administration. And he then wants to use some spurious reasons to shut them down. Ill advised, would you say?
Woman, I think we discussed this yesterday, so a little bit length yesterday. You're talking about CNN, Fox News. Uh, it's that is where we find ourselves. There's nothing we can do about it. There is nothing we can do about it. There are some news NTA will not broadcast. There are some news BB
Yeah, but what they are saying, because it's a slight deviation, because what you are saying is to what we were saying yesterday. But
yesterday. I know, I
yeah,
understand. Yeah.
what the narrative is with this guy now is he's trying to use license fees. He is asked a team to go and compile a list of media organizations that are critical of the Buhari administration, and he's trying to look for reasons, license fees, whatever, to revoke their licenses. So this is where the story is now.
That is the problem. Any media house that is speaking against the government, they will rightly come for you. Even channels, they arise news. Sometimes they give them some fine to pay. They will come for you. That is government for you. That is government for you. That is Nigerian government for you. They will come for you. They will never sanction NTA. they will never sanction BCOS in Oyo State, because those media outlets is for government. NTA will never talk about NSAS. Never. BCOS in Ibadan will never talk of NSAS. Lagos State Television will never talk of NSAS, because they have been, they are
And
government
AIT.
agents. They are government agents. Engineer, you want to say something?
I said an AIT TV.
And here,
Is
yes,
AIT not Dokwesi?
no, AIT is Dopesi, is private, but is political platform as well.
But AIT is PDP, is it not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a political something. They will not say something that will that will not pay, or that will not go in line with the owner of the company. So this man is doing what Buhari told him to do. So they will come after you with your license. They may
Is it
even
what
revoke.
Buhari tells him to do, or is he just doing it to show loyalty? Because sometimes I wonder if these people, they overreach just to show to the center that we are loyal. So is it an explicit, do you think, instruction from Buhari, or does it think that let me do this to show God that I'm loyal?
In any way you count it, one man, the buck stop at the table of the president, because he has advisors, he has many people that be in that sector that gave him advice, that even come at the end of the month, gave him what is going on in every sector. So the buck stop on the table of the president of the nation, because they give them many things to do. Go after this, leave this, don't go after this, leave this, go after this. So the buck stop on the table. I can't say Buhari is not complicit in this act.
All right.
Now,
I'm not sure
Can
how
I
complete.
say,
Yeah,
can
go
I
on,
say
Nana.
something?
Yeah, go on.
Now, starting from the AIT you mentioned the other time, the most harassed media house in Nigeria, right from Abacha up to Goodluck Jonathan, that they're supposed to be friends to Buhari, is AIT. We call it dark communication, whichever one. Then on this Buhari, on this person that is trying to do eye service for Buhari, I don't see as he is trying to do eye service, because like Thomas was saying, the role of any leader is to provide guidance. You let your people know exactly what you want, and whatever your people are doing, as long as you cannot call them to order, is a reflection of your wish. So to me, like he said, you can't absorb Buhari out of this. Exactly. If I want to even be crude, I will say the guy is doing exactly what Buhari wants.
I'm not sure about that, but thank you. I'm not sure about that though, because we're very quick to make this attribution. Um, that argument may say that Buhari appoints these people because he knows that they would align in a particular way. But to say that he explicitly gives them instructions to go and do these things, I think they do it more, to show loyalty than rather than being explicitly instructed. But thank you, Ta. So Thomas, continue your thoughts on that.
yes, yeah. I just want to cite an example. The what they call it, the Attorney General of Lagos State, when he was speaking in Arise TV, he attacked Lai Mohammed. He said Lai Mohammed is not speaking for the presidency about the Hensas, white paper, whatever. That Lai Mohammed is speaking on his own. That everybody is entitled to their opinion. But you can't have your opinion and you are speaking as a government official. People will thought everything you are saying is from the government. Because if you say you are a communication minister, you are speaking, you are telling people about a matter or a issue, people will say it's from the presidency. I'm just trying to deviate to your side as well, but
No, no,
it's trying to, yeah.
you are right though, because a government functionary cannot then try and color a political public comment as his personal opinion. You cannot say you as a serving minister or a serving government functionary cannot claim that your opinion on politics is your personal. How can it be your personal opinion when you're a representative of the government? So if you speak, then people are right to make the assumption that that is the government speaking.
So that is why I'm little going to your side now, one man. That maybe these people, they are just doing things, but the box still stop at the table of the president, because if these people are saying things that you don't direct them to say, or they are doing things you don't instruct them to do, you should call them into order and revoke everything they've said, or any action they made. We haven't seen Buhari come out saying that what Lai Mohammed is saying about NSAS issue is his own opinion. Yeah,
I think Buhari. Actually I saw an article that indicated in that direction. I think Buhari thinks Lai Mohammed is his best minister. Just the way that guy conducts himself, he's a very powerful man because he has the power of oratory and a sharp mind. The two things that are missing from the Buhari administration. You know, but there you are.
yeah. So I don't know, but I will still say the box stop at the table of the president. If your minister, if your appointee is doing something wrong, but Nigeria, I wonder, one man, a minister is not a political assignment. It should be for the government. It's not the party.
You
I'm
know
saying
that
it's not the
distinction
party.
is not often made. A minister, like you rightly said, is for the country, not the government. But
Not for the, yeah,
this is what we
not for
struggle with in Nigeria.
not for the party. You are not speaking for the party. You are speaking for the entire country. The minister is for the country. It's not for the president. This man you are saying MBC is not supposed to be working for the president. It's
You
supposed to
know,
be working for the
in that
people.
in that piece, some of the people that were leaking the thing, they were saying this guy is making a category, is making a judgmental mistake, because if he goes and starts to revoke all the licenses of the people that are critical of the Malam Buhari administration, there'll be a lot of outcry and international outcry that will be a real, because already people are of the thought that this guy is stifling free speech and freedom of the press. People have that thought already. So if they are revoking licenses of people that are critical, there'll be a lot of outcry. Then off the back of that outcry, people will get increasingly more critical, and they will not pay their fees, wanting them to go into that. So it's just a misjudgment. But then, of course, he doesn't understand it. He just wants to show to daddy that I am loyal.
Yes, one man, let me just cite example. In the US, one guy killed like two people, injured one on car renting house. When they asked Biden, what is your take about the case in court? The Biden said what he saw on that case is that the man he had like white supremacy, but he leave it to the court to judge. But at the end of the day, the court accused the guy that the guy is acting on self-defense, because the president don't have the power to anything. The jury and the judge made their pronouncement that the guy acts in self-defense. But if you, as a president of a nation, if the Biden of, if it is Nigeria, they will try to stifle the government. They will try to gag the court. But the president should be neutral. All his appointees should be neutral. They are not working for the president. They
No,
should be
not just the
working.
president, the attorney general of the federation as well, the minister of justice, he should be neutral, and he, more than anything else, should be guarded in his wordings on legal matters. But what you find is Abubakar Malami running public commentaries on matters that are in court, and he continues to parade himself around as a senior advocate.
Yes, and they will say anything in court is not allowed to discuss in public until the
Yeah, they
court
call it
give
sub
their
judice.
pronouncement.
Yeah.
But this same man, as a son, one man, son, senior advocate of Nigeria, doing things against even the law, his own echelon, his own field, doing the wrong thing. This is where we find ourselves, one man.
All right,
This is
thank you.
where we find ourselves.
All right, thank you. So this rather surprised me. I thought he was in situation for longer just because he has such a presence within the public space. So the Ooni of Ife, is celebrating his sixth coronation anniversary, and he uses that then to make a clarion call to all Yorubas worldwide to say that the Yorubas must unite. So that speaks to then that space of Oduduwa Nation, Sunday Igboho, etc. So there are different ways. There's more than one way to skin a cat. So there are different ways to pluck a chicken. There are different ways to do different things. So this way now, the honest call, that essentially is a Yoruba nation call right there. Because if you're asking the Yorubas to unite us what? Unite as a people. We're talking about what? The estimations from 40 to 70 million global Yoruba presence. So that's then a nation. So essentially, that is Yoruba nation right there. Yoruba must unite. But as ever, the Yoruba way stealth and gal. So what are you making then of the Ooni's call on his anniversary?
I wish the man happy anniversary, but even the it started from them as well. As even the king, are the king united? Are the king united? No, there are supremacy among them. Oh yeah, Alaafin is higher than Oni of Ife. Oni of Ife is higher than Awujale. Awujale is there is no unity among even the Obas themselves. There is no unity among them. For him coming out telling Yorubas should unite, even you Obas, the leaders that people are looking onto, you guys are not even united. This man, this Oni of Ife is the one I will even give a little bit kudos to, that he tried to unite some Yorubas Oba. I remember when Shigade was alive, he doesn't even want to see Alaafin at all. I don't even think they were united till that man died with Alaafin of Ife. They were always in supremacy. Alaafin is higher than Oni of Ife. Oni of Ife is higher than Awujale. Even the Obas, if Obas are not even united, how will Yoruba united?
But is that supremacy, isn't it, really? Because that's
That's what I'm saying, supremacy.
you see, there's obviously in everything there's hierarchy, and even in the overship in Yoruba land there is hierarchy. But a lot of them concede the topmost space. But who are they conceding it to? There's a narrative to say that the paramount Oba within Yoruba land is the Alaafin of Oyo, and there's a different narrative to say that the paramount Oba in Yoruba land is the Ooni of Ife. And then there's a separate narrative to say that the Ooni of Ife is not even an Oba at all, but an Ifa priest. So all of that in the mix. So like you said, how can they even unite people when they can't unite amongst themselves?
Woman, they are not even united. Awujale cannot even walk to Alaafin's palace to go and pay homage. Alaafin can't go to
Is
Oni
Awujale
of Ife.
contending space with the Alaafin? Does he think he's above?
Yes,
He thinks his stool is above the.
yes,
He thinks so.
yeah, because
What's
the
led
man
him to
is,
that thought?
I don't know. This is the same supremacy I'm talking about. So they should even tackle their own problem first before speaking to their followers. They are not united. Then you are talking back to the topic. I just said that first because I know that is much important in this matter. If they are united, Yoruba will be united. And going to saying what Yoruba should be united, Ooni of Ife has never been a fan of Yoruba nation. No, he has been one Nigeria from onset.
Why do you say that?
No, he hasn't speak to that space. He hasn't speak to that space
You
that
know,
they want.
we must address this this thing of saying prominent people that are not coming out to declare for Yoruba nation, they are automatically one Nigerian or anti-Yoruba. The Ooni of Ife cannot come out and say that he wants Yoruba nation now. How can he? Is a national figure. Any more or less than the Sultan of Sokoto come out to say that he wants Fulani nation. He's a national
Arewa.
figure, yes. You know, they can't do that, but it is implicit in just their being that is what they want. We know that Sultan of Sokoto wants his Fulani caliphate, and we know that just by virtue of his position, the Oni and the Alaafin of Oyo must want Yoruba nation. Why? What else would they want other than that?
But they never speak to
Yeah,
that
but they
space.
can't speak, is what I'm saying.
That's
because
what I'm saying.
they are national
Yes, they
figures.
can't speak. That's what I'm saying. I'm not the fan of Yoruba nation
Yeah.
myself. I'm not a fan of Yoruba nation. But that's why we are telling all this secession, all these
Do you know
people
that they only
shouting.
visited Sunday Igboho? I think in let me see if I can find it. I think he visited
No, I
Sunday
don't think
Igboho,
so.
or he sent somebody. Okay, hold on.
No.
Carry on. I'll see if I can find it.
No, I don't think so. No. That's where we are telling all these people agitating, Yoruba agitator, if these Obas are not with you guys, forget Yoruba nation. You can't do it without these people, without the kings. It's the kings that will move the movement, that will champion the movement. But if Ooni of Ife is saying no, Awujale is not in your side. Any Oba, the two Oba that I saw that came to say this, they want Yoruba nation, they are Oba of, all these small Oba that don't even have name. That
Okay,
lesser ones.
let me quickly give you this, Thomas. Two delegations from the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, and the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Saliu Akanmu Adetunji, are currently in Benin Republic to observe the proceedings of the court case involving Chief Sunday Adeyemo, also known as Sunday Igboho. So not physically, but by extension, they only did pay attention to him. He did reach out to him in Benin Republic.
Fine, they did good. But I will still tell you, they are not in line of Yoruba nation.
Right.
If they are really in line of Yoruba nation,
they will come out and say it publicly.
They will say it publicly, one man.
Can you see why they would not, why they have not said it publicly?
They will not. They will not.
Can you see why they have not said it publicly?
Because the Obas, they are still eating from this same politician.
All right. Okay.
They are still eating from them. Ooni of Ife is collecting his salary from Osun State. Olubadan, what is Olubadan doing? Is Olubadan working? No.
How many Obas are working? You want him to be doing for organizer, to leave the office?
No.
Or to be a banker or a lawyer?
No, some Oba has their business, like their private business.
What private? Like who? Which Oba has a private business?
Ooni of Ife has his business now. He's an accountant. He's an accountant.
He's an accountant. He's doing accounting work. He is or he was?
He was an accountant.
There you are. But he's no longer. He's an Oba now. He will go to the office from the palace.
He may have some side business. That's what I'm saying. Some Oba.
No, they all of them would though. I cannot imagine that there's one Oba that doesn't. Even if he's selling land, that's a business too. Or farming.
One man. There's one Oba that used to go to the United States to drive taxi.
will
For
come
6
back to his
months, yeah.
village to
6
develop,
months.
use the money, realize there to
Yeah, no,
develop his
that's like
village.
more like a bale, isn't it? But I don't know about that.
Well,
No,
I
it's
don't
the
know.
Oba. It's the Oba.
Oba is a traditional ruler, not Bali.
All right, all
Yeah.
right.
Now, there's something I wanted to add to Thomas when he said Alaafin Oyo and Awujale, they don't see other face to face. You know what caused that? When Awujale was ranking the 5 paramount rulers, when he said Alake was the last of the 5, or maybe he even said he was not even one of the 5. He said it was after OONI that you now refer to after all these Alaafin. So that's what Awujale said. So maybe that thing didn't go well with Alaafin because you don't expect rulers, those people that were descendants of Oodua, not to understand the rank, the hierarchy. So that's what Awujale said. He said, give the fact Ooni is the foremost Oba in Yoruba land, then followed by Alaafin. So that didn't go well with with Alaafin and Alaki, for calling Alaki the last of the last in the hierarchy. So that's what led to the problem anyway.
Oh,
I just wanted to
yeah.
ship in that.
Yeah, thank you, Ola. So back to my point. Oni will never speak to that space that they want Yoruba nation. Even though they know maybe Yorubas are being killed or are being molested, they never speak to that space. They never speak to that space. As there is no Oba that we have.
Do you think the Obas in Yoruba land, especially the paramount ones, do you think they'll be wealthier and more relevant to society in Yoruba nation or in Nigeria? Do you think they'll be wealthier and more relevant to the society they're in Yoruba nation or in Nigeria? Where do you think their potency will be most felt?
Nigeria.
The Alaafin of Oyo will be more relevant in Nigeria than in Yoruba land.
Oh, one man, what are you
than
saying?
In Yoruba nation.
What do you mean by relevant? Is it in
his
reach
voice will
or
carry
in weight?
Where will their voice carry weight? Where will their position be respected the most? And where will they have just
yes,
more of a presence?
Yes, in Yoruba nation, because now before there are some cases they don't take to the police station, they take them to the Obas, and the Obas will declare, and that's what Oba said is final back in the days. But now our Obas, they are celebrity Obas, they are internet Obas, like Oluwo walking around. They don't carry any weight. They don't carry respect. People don't respect Obas like we respect. They do respect them back in the days. That Oba, you even decree, you take one man's land, give the land back to the owner, and that is sealed. The authority is there back in the days. But now, even a governor of a state, they remove Obas. They sack Obas. So Obas is not like the back in the days where they have power, they have authority, people can't look to their face. Now, people look to Oba's face, they even beat them up.
Where has that happened? Where have they ever beaten an Oba?
What are you saying? Oluwo beat one Oba, one small Oba in Iwo.
It was. I know. No, I will cover that story. But I thought you meant that the subjects will beat up their Oba, but that would be.
So Thomas is saying their social media over there.
Yeah, no, yes, Oluwo now when it comes to land down, that one is a clown, eh?
So one man, they never speak to that space. I don't think they want Yoruba nation. If they want Yoruba, one man, imagine Alaafin, Awujale, Alake.
I'm surprised to hear that people are of that thought. What you just said, that if the seniors in Yoruba land want Yoruba nation, they'll be speaking more vocally to it. I'm surprised to hear that because, of course, they have to move a bit cleverer than somebody like Sunday Igboho or Gani Adams, etc. So I don't have the anticipation that uh, that the Obas would, whether they want Yoruba nation or not, will come into the public space and start. I don't see that, but I think people seem to think
Yes,
that
yeah,
should be the
yeah,
case.
yes. I know they won't come out, but there are some of them they allege that they are working underneath. They are working in their secrecy. They have people championing the cause for them secretly, but no other will come out. But if they don't come out, that means they are against the cause, which I'm not fan of Yoruba nation or Biafra nation. I'm one Nigeria. I want Nigeria to work, but they won't come. They never speak to that space. They never speak to that space. That means if they never speak to that space openly, that means they don't want it.
Oh
That is my
God.
take.
Oh, all right. Well, that is your take, but I'm not sure that that holds. But like you said, your opinion. But Thomas, let me take you on to another talking point. This now, Dangote, speaking in Ghana, and in Ghana, saying that what Africa needs is 20 more of the sort of presidents that they have in Ghana. And then he goes on to cite him as an example. And then he went on to cite the president of Rwanda and Cote d'Ivoire as examples. So he was making this speech in Accra. So you might well say he was being gushing towards his host by citing him as a good example. You could say that, and that is an argument. But then he went on to add two additional countries, as examples, but he never mentioned Nigeria as an example. He is clansman, of course, the president of Nigeria. So how are you then reading what Dangote had to say in Ghana vis-a-vis his tribesman?
What number is Buhari in that number?
He didn't have Buhari at all. He said the Africa would develop if they had 20. We have 54 states in Africa, but he said not even all 54. But if they had to just 20 with the vision of Akoko Addo or whatever, the Ghanaian guy, that the place
Yeah.
will develop. And he said another good example is the guy in Rwanda and the guy in Cote d'Ivoire. So quite pointed that he didn't mention Buhari in that list.
One man, these people know Buhari is not leading this country in the right direction. They know. One man, they know that this man is just there as a figurehead. They know because they are in the field. They know what is going on out there. You can't tell Dangote that Dangote don't know what is going on in Nigeria. If Nigerian president is competent, they know. They have feedback. They have complaints. They have people out there. They know that the country is not working. They know the country is not working. So he can't rank Buhari as anything. One man, Buhari is nothing. Buhari has taken us back like 20 years back.
But if you think it's going to be there for 80 years, that's just really, I think people are not really paying enough attention to just what that means. So 8 years is more or less like a decade. So we have a decade of Buhari as the president of Nigeria, and he has been as he was all the way through. Just the damage. Look at his clansmen now that wants to shut down media because they're saying that it's clownish.
It's
It's just
normal.
a funny.
It's very ridiculous. And I will say this: Nigerian don't. Why do we vote for this man? We know his antecedents in the military era. I don't know why we vote for this man. And I will say this: Ajale Koko is not here. Is the problem of Goodluck Jonathan that brought this man. It's the failure of Goodluck Jonathan that brought this man. I even prefer Goodluck to come back. It's not worse like this when Goodluck was there. Even though we know they are looting, at least there's still money in circulation.
Be careful what you wish for, Thomas. Now you've conjured up the man himself, so and there he is, Ajan Lekoko. Eh?
Jale Koko is here.
Yeah.
So the failure of Goodluck Jonathan, that is what brought this man. This man supposed not to be the president of Nigeria again with his antecedents.
It's just the irreparable damage that he would have done. Because the country is just so divided now, and I cannot see that anybody will quickly fix that even when he leaves. And it looks as though he's going to push through this Ruga agenda, so he's going to leave all sort of land mines for whoever is coming in. It's just, yeah, God, man, I don't know how this happened, man. We've just gone so far back. You look at where we were in 2015 when we were all international. We were speaking with elegance, and we were all looking rosy cheeked, and you couldn't abuse the president at your will if it wasn't to your liking. And we've gone very quickly from that to here. It's just staggering what that guy has. It's just we all knew he would never do well, but we never thought he would do this badly. It's just awful.
One man, all the presidents we are having since Fourth Republic, 1999, these people are not people ready to govern. Obasanjo, they gave Obasanjo the post because they want to satisfy Yoruba for the death of Abiola. Obasanjo spent 8 years. It's still a little bit better, even though it's worst. It's not good as well. Yaradua came. They gave him because of his brother Umaru Musa Yaradua. Those ones they gave him. Umaru Musa Yaradua died. Goodluck came in unfortunately because Goodluck supposed to even be the president of Nigeria. He came unfortunately. They are just rewarding people with presidency position. Because we never see these people that has the heart of the nation at heart to work for people, to work endlessly, to serve the country as what we want. It's very unfortunate. Dangote know what is going on in Nigeria. He know what is going on in other country. He knows how much they pay in other country to make their product. They don't pay too much. Dangote has to run his generator every day, 24 hours, even to produce. There is no electricity. They pay more in Nigeria to produce their goods than the other country. Because Ghana has light.
How are they hoping to attract investors to Nigeria where there's no electricity? How is that a possibility?
Nobody, one man. Before I left Nigeria,
you come and set up factory and you buy generator as you're coming in. Is that what they're asking people to do?
One man. Before I left Nigeria, I read electrical engineering. So we do normally install the generator for the masses. One man. These masses for telecommunication, they are running on generator 24/7. We install 2 generators. One will work 12 hours. Another one will work 12 hours. They will change automatically. Every time, 24 hours. One man, 24 hours, run on diesel. Sometimes I even imagine.
And the business practice itself is just the profit line. But the environment more so. Just look at, because when you are trying to land in Lagos, just the haze of heat, you can already see it as the plane is coasting. And as you land, you just start sweating like you were putting. It's just an awful, imagine just the carbon monoxide, it's just, there's just nothing that recommends the whole thing, They just put electricity there now. What's the big deal?
People said it that people living in Lagos, they have some 10 or 5 lifespan cut off because of carbon monoxide. Lagos is congested, is polluted with carbon monoxide. All complaints run on generator, diesel, polluting the air every seconds. One man. There's some small house they run on. I pass my neighbor, like it's very toxic. It's too much. One man, even to run business, it's frustrating. You can't run even business center. Generator, this one generator, that one generator. What will they cost them to fix electricity? Just electricity.
And Lagos is a relatively small land mass. It's not that big a city. So
No.
at least Lagos and Abuja, they should light those two spaces up first and then start to cascade it throughout the country. It's
No,
not
one
that big a
man.
thing, yeah.
One man. Lagos is big, oh.
No, it's big, but in relative terms, it should not be. It's too big for them not to be able to put electricity there. Is essentially what I was trying to say.
Even Nigeria as a whole is not too big to put electricity there.
Yes, now they have electricity in Russia. Do you know that I was watching a clip in Russia, from Russia, and they had this nuclear plant on a ship, and then they put the ship just off the shores. This was some really remote area that's just, those places that are caked down with ice,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
really harsh conditions. And then they put a plant on a ship and then piped electricity from that ship into that town and lit up the whole town. And that
Okay.
is how they run electricity there. So if they can do that, there's nothing. We're relatively just rainy season and dry season now. There's nothing. I just don't get it, man. It's just it's a real
One
frustration.
man,
Yeah.
one
That's
man, Ajali
corruption for
Koko.
you. Hmm?
One man, Ajali Koko. Afghanistan was in war for 21 years. They have light.
All right.
They have light.
All right. We've cited that example severally, but
It's
thank you.
frustrating.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to or maybe Ola next. But before we go to Ola, let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It says, tonight, I would love to acknowledge Rational Mind's contribution to this platform. Informed, analytical, calm as a cucumber, even when moderator is trying to be difficult. I salute you, my brother. I'm not quite sure if that was a compliment to.
They are coming for you.
Hold on. If that was a compliment to Rational Mind or a dig at me or both.
Yes, dig at you.
Never mind. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. But
You are in trouble, one man. You are in trouble.
Rational Mind knows now there is never an easy ride on this platform. But thank you for the super chat.
No, I think Alexander is actually appreciating you. You have to be difficult sometimes too, right?
No, this is the thing. I cannot just you cannot just say casual things and but thank you. So now on to Ola then. So let's come to you then, Ola, and let's take you to this space where the OONI speaks about a united Yoruba nation, and it's not necessarily even saying the Yorubas in Nigeria or the wider West African region, but like a global Yoruba unity that cascades from Brazil to Ileoluji. So this is what the OONI is now proposing as his own Yoruba nation template. So what are you then making then of the monarch's clarion call?
Yeah, at least since I've been a Yoruba man, let's say since I was born, that's the first ruler or the monarch that I've seen that made efforts at least to try to unite the Yoruba race. And he did it to the point of even trying to move down below his level to meet with different traditional rulers to work together for the common goods of Yoruba nation. So, to me, when I look at the Obas in Yoruba land, I think I give kudos to that man. I see him as someone that is trying to right the wrong, and even when we are even talking about how all this monarch they've been trying to fight for supremacy, you can't really figure out when this man was even trying to come out and say, "I'm superior to you." Even so to me, it's a good move. Personally, to me, it's a good move. Then, for Yorubas, we are talking about that we should unite. We have common Yoruba people like you and myself, even though you may call yourself elite, but we have the political class. Now, the political class is where I think the problem is, mainly because the political class, they are not going to unite no matter how we try. Maybe, I don't know. I think I'm talking of my generation. I don't know what will happen in the future generation, because we heard the story in the past too, how they were not able to unite. And even as a matter of fact, the lack of that unity was even the reason what's this Awolowo group that time? Is this action group or whatever? Yeah, they deposed the Alaafin of Oyo then, just because he was supporting the national the party that belonged to the northern group. So they added that one with some other things that he did anyway to depose him. So if you see this Alaafin now that is afraid, for example, we understand, because whosoever witnessed a situation where some ghost struck someone before, the person will never open his mouth to just make jest of Obakuso. So that's just the way it is. So to me, that unity is essential. At least if you can get, like, even in majority, if you can get majority to factor a common goal, and we move towards that. Yoruba will move forward. I can only pray that he achieves it, but very difficult in a situation where we have.
What do you think it means when he's inviting the Yorubas to unite? What do you think? Because of course, those are loaded words, and we cannot just take it on surface value. But what do you think the subliminal messaging is that is trying to get across?
He's talking generally about the political class, because you and I are not the problem of Yoruba, for example. You and I, we are not the one fighting against the interests of Yoruba. But those people that have something to benefit in the current political equation, those are the people creating problem. Those are the people that will do everything, to sell themselves just to get the benefit. We have so many transactional Yoruba leaders. Transactional is not necessarily bad, but when you are talking of this transactional, they are so aggressive that some can even sell their life to make sure that they realize their ambition. So those are the people that I think is talking about. Then, talking about that, for example, now look at what is bedelving in Yoruba nation now, for example, where some foreigners, we have history where that led to Ogunjalumi, for example, where the Fulani, they were advancing towards Yoruba land to capture Yoruba land. When they came together at that time and got engaged in that Ogunjalumi to defeat the Fulani, even with their better weapon and all those things. So they used combination of intelligence and the little weapon they had that time, that inferior weapon that was inferior to those of Fulani, they still managed to defeat, because they got their tactics right. So now you have the situation today that Yoruba is under siege, but you now see different people, just because of what they did. We are not talking as one nation, as our leaders, just because of what separate group, what they are going to get from the political equation. So when this man is talking this way, he's not necessarily talking to common people, he's talking to the political leaders. Like I said, initially when he got to that place, his first move was to reunite all the monarch. So that was even in that attempt. That was when Awujale even said that OONI is the foremost king in Yoruba land, then followed by Alaafin Oyo. So that statement alone generated a lot. And then say Alake was the least in the 5 paramount, because Alake happened to be the part of the 5 foremost, but he said Alake is the least there. So that in alone even escalated to another level of disunity on its own, because both Alaafin and Alake, they were not ready to agree to the position allocated to them or based on the history. So he's speaking to all these people. You see Sunday Igboho is fighting that Yoruba land is being invaded. What's the name? Are Gani Adam, Are Ona Kakanfo, he said Yoruba has been surrounded. He has been shouting these things since 2016. And he said that if all these our leaders, if they don't give him go ahead, there's nothing he can do, even though they are doing something secretly now. But he said if they don't give him, because he said by the time they push me out, they will just they can just back out at the end of the day, that he will be the one in the struggle. So what this man is saying is that our political leaders, if they don't get if they can't get their heart together, then that's a big problem. Those are the ones.
Do you think he's speaking to a multiplicity of demography? Do you think he's speaking because of course when politicians speak, they say one word, but they are saying it differently to different demographies. So he may well, as you have described, be trying to rally the politicians under one banner. But do you think by extension he's speaking to the wider Yoruba population to say that, look, this world that this country, and by extension this world that we're in, people are forming ethnic blocks and ethnic grids as power bases. So the Yorubas now have to come together, because together our potency is almost insurmountable. Do you think he's speaking along those lines?
That's exactly what he's speaking. For example, if Yoruba come together, for example, we can even achieve more than what Awolowo achieved for Yoruba land, for example.
No, if the Yorubas come together, it's beyond Nigeria. It will be a global phenomenon.
Exactly, because we were there before, right? We were there when we were even trying to bail out the entire nation. We were there that, okay, look at this Ruga and all this thing we're talking now. We had Yoruba used to have, let me say, Western region used to have the best ranch.
Hello, madam. Hey.
Sorry, who's talking, please?
No, it's Tony announcing his presence. He couldn't contain himself.
So we had the best ranches. We had the best industrial cluster. We paid our workers better. Even those people that were into cash crop, the region enhanced the value chain for them. So when we got our heart together, then bet at least we can't say we could not really, although there was still some level of rancors, but still better than what we had today. So when they did that, we were able to do a lot of things like University of Ibadan, University of Ibadan Teaching Hospital, see all those benefits. So that even we were able to create employment, we were able to secure, we were able to do a lot of things, to the extent that Western region was one of the fastest growing economy in the world. Where you still even dilute that thing with the entirety of Nigeria, Nigeria was still one of the fastest growing economy in the world too. So that's the kind of thing that I think this man is speaking to. Even though there are some cultural alignment to, Yoruba is beyond Nigeria. We have in Republic of Benin, maybe we call it some area Dahomey. Then you move to Brazil, you go to some area in the Caribbean. But to me, what I believe is speaking to generally is because of, look at this, we are under siege, we are surrounded, but some of us we are not united. We are just thinking of what we can benefit, just like when some of our forefathers were selling their brothers into slavery just because they wanted something like umbrella or glasses or those things. That's exactly the type of proverb or the type of analogy I think this man was making indirectly without talking fully with his own mouth. So Yoruba, get yourself together, like Albert Ogunde will sing, like Awolowo himself will say, and others. Get your heart together, is talking to our political, to political unity. We have before we can defeat these people, we have to get our political unity right. That's what I think is speaking to.
All right, thank you. So, Ola, briefly on this one, Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, let me just bring the headline up. Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation moves to use license fees to gag media organizations. So this is a whistleblower narrative, somebody from the inside speaking to the media. And what they are saying is that this chap, this Balarabe something or the other, he's collating a list of news outlets that are critical of the Buhari administration and is looking for ways, including them not paying their subscriptions on time, is looking for ways to revoke their licenses. So what are you then making of this rather cock-handed move by this Balarabe fella?
You see, as Yoruba will say that they don't even do when when a gorilla, chimpanzee, when it goes to a particular tree, you turn the tree into your drum, and everybody within that environment will definitely hear the sound of that tree. Now, when you look at the leadership of that particular organization, the agency of the government, you will notice that everything was going on smoothly until someone made that attempt that, okay, I'm going to gag you, I'm going to take you back to what we used to have in 1984, Decree 4 of 1984. Then you start seeing the symptom, you start seeing the manifestation of exactly what they mean. So by putting this guy there, I think it is there for purpose, not necessarily as a regulator alone, but as someone that will align with the goal, with the body language of his master. So now, well, if this man is using the failure to pay for the licenses as his blackmail the tools that is going to use to blackmail the media house, it's not something that is inconceivable. It's not something that is outside the capacity. Someone can have capacity to do good, and someone can have capacity to destroy things. So it could be, but then the moral side of it is that whosoever that is not renewing his licenses to, I think they should. If there are a reason they are not able to pay for their licenses, is it the economy that is affecting them? Their media houses, let them shout out. Let them come out and shout before someone can find the backdoor to incapacitate them. So to me, these guys, they don't like media to blow them open, and everything they have to blackmail them and to force them to align with whatever they are planning. They will use that, of course. But let me just give the man the benefit of the doubt. Let me say that's not his mission.
No, that is what this. No, sorry, hold on. That is what the people in the organization are saying his mission is. They said he had outsourced to a task team to come out with a list of media organizations that are anti-government because he is looking to move against them. So that is what people from the inside of that organization are saying.
But his lack of payment that he wants to use to withdraw is not as if he wants to re-auction the license, right? It's not as if they want to bid for new licenses. If it is whatever they are owing, it's just like, okay, as we are here now, if we are owing for electricity or for this thing and they cut us off, see, before we can even talk, first of all, we have to pay. So what I will say is that even though this guy may have their own different plan entirely, but don't play into their hand. If you are owing for that license, go and pay. Then when you pay, then we can go ahead from there. So I know that.
All right. Let me give you what is being said. It says,
okay.
we have been directed to identify radio and television stations that are owing license and operational fees. This is almost routine since these organizations, as part of the conditions of their licenses, are meant to pay these monies. That is not something harmful, one of the sources at the agency said. But we have learned that there is an outside list that the Director General has ordered for. It is a list of those stations that attack the government, carry negative content, and invite anti-government panelists to their programs. We don't know the identities of these. We don't know the identities of those compiling this list, but we know it was outsourced. It is something that could have been done internally from our monitoring, but there must be a reason why the DG outsourced it. Another employee of the organization expressed concerns at the implication of the plan on its integrity, saying that if implemented, it could jeopardize the Commission's ability to collect fees owed by media houses in the future. So on and on it goes. So this is what he's doing. He's collating a list of people that are critical of the Buhari administration, essentially to shut them down.
Okay. See, let's assume they take this thing to a neutral person to meditate or an arbitrator. You understand? Look, you have an agreement to do something, right? You are supposed to pay your license fee. I won't say just because I don't like what Buhari is doing, or maybe they have even
no. You're not getting no. You're not getting. I got your point. No, you are not. No, you don't. Because from what you are saying, I'm not clear that it's not essentially the license fee. Look, it's right across the board. You know that people owe license fees. Even people, and it is a practice in business. By the way, you hold it till the last minute. They apply a little bit of pressure, and then you pay some lump sum, and then you repeat that process again. This is what businesses do, but it's not essentially about that space. This guy is asking for a compilation of news outlets that are vehemently or visibly opposed to the government. So if you sanction those media outlets, even if the underpinning reason is legitimate, the perception, of course, is that you are weighing against organizations that are critical of the government. So it's not that they should not pay their license fees, or they are refusing to pay their license fees or their subscription fees because they are anti-government. It's because they have lapsed in their payment, and he's leveraging that then to savage them because of being critical of the government. So that is where it is. It's not
Yeah, I got your point. You know, that's why when I started, I talk about how they can abuse power, and I talk about how Buhari could have even elected this guy there to serve his purpose. But I'm not saying that even having apportioned the blame to those people that are abusing their power of authority, then those people that are supposed to be victim to whatever they can do within their capacity, let them do that, so that you don't create that. For example,
all right.
Are they trying to renegotiate the term of the payment, for example? If they can try to renegotiate and let the public know that, okay, we try to renegotiate this term of payment, but these guys are not listening to us. I will agree with that. But I don't want it to be every time that people will just come outside and try to mobilize the masses' emotion. No, I don't want it to do that way. Do make sure to you, as this guy is trying to box you into a corner, make sure you do everything to box the guy into a corner too, so that if you can reach a stalemate situation, which is very going to be all right. That is exactly what I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Ola.
To me, it's not beyond what Buhari administration can do. We know all that.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Ola. Let's go on from Ola to Engineer, who is also with us. And Engineer, let me take you to the Fani Kayode space. His wife now telling us that 6 years old. Did you hear me read out that space, Engineer?
I think I missed some of the
Okay, let me give you just a synopsis of it. So, Chikwendo, Precious Chikwendo, Fanikayode's estranged wife, she has filed an application in court to nullify their marriage. So she cited several reasons why she's making that plea to court. So she cited this violence, etc., etc. But the cherry in the application is that she said for the 6 years that she was married to Fani Kayode, they never had any sort of like a husband-wife physical contact.
Intimacy.
Yes, intimacy for reasons that Fani Kayode's member was not at attention. He could not stand at attention. This is what she said in court. She said she took him to hospital and they said he had some cyst that he could not really do. That there are 4 children they did by artificial insemination. So and Fani Kayode, of course, we always see him ornating himself with some pretty little girl, trying to show that he's virile and potent. So what are you now making then of this revelation by his ex-wife?
Yeah, greetings to everyone. Mr. Short Fuse, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. We know why now he's short fused.
Well, what you need to understand, this thing I think is something we need to look at it properly, because most of our men now, I think we don't know if it's pressure or something else, or they put their life into something else just to make the money. Life is not all about money. It's all about taking care of your partner or your wife. Because at the end of the day, 2 to 3 days ago, we treated something similar to this kind of thing. And to be honest, it's something that we really, really need to look into it. Nigerian men need to wake up, because those days I used to attend Redeemed Church. I used to play drum for Redeemed Church, and what happened there, if we have about 20 ladies or 30 in the church, they're all married women. They said that they should write out what their husbands are not doing. To be honest, 25, what they put there, you'll be shocked. They said their husband
I think we know, yes.
Their husband are not coming close to them. They're not having intimacy. They don't know what's going on. Because I was the one reading out to the pastor, and the pastor was fuming. He was fuming, looking at me. I'm looking at him.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Okay, sometimes if you look at it age-wise, that's number one. 2, if you over-labor your body in the name of meeting up. You see, most people they left Africa to travel abroad, and they do communicate with their friends. If you look, their friends back home, they are making it, and the time frame they stay in abroad, trying to find the right job, trying to sort out their paperwork and the rest. So it's just like kind of a little bit pressure.
Depression, maybe.
Yeah, it's pressure and depression that comes along. So those are the things that is affecting most of our Nigerian men, I must be honest to you. And for our man, well, he has to do his job. But if he's not doing it, it's unfortunate, honestly, because
when the lady said that for the 6 years that she was with him, he never, it was quite, I could read some of it to you. It was quite funny. What she said was that she would try to, encourage but and then there's no reaction, and then she has to rub herself against him just because, she was quite graphic somewhat in how she described. But then is she then claiming that she was celibate for those 6 years? Is this what she's claiming?
One man, the thing is, why you need to understand. Some of our men, I don't know why you marry someone's daughter, someone's brother, or someone's sister. You be treating her that way, and at the end of the day, if she go out and find leisure or find satisfaction, you end up accusing her or fighting her or trying to, all those kind of things is something that I must be honest to you. We need to check ourselves. We need to work hard. We shouldn't just, we are all men. We just need to help ourselves. Forget about the pressure. Try to make your wife happy. Try to make her happy, because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, if this lady, she's doing her best. She couldn't hide it, because it's all about feelings, isn't it? It's all about feelings. You can't treat someone's daughter to that stage that she has to start voicing her voice out. It's a shameful thing, honestly. It's a shameful thing.
It just makes me laugh somewhat, because the way that guy is always preening and peacocking and throwing his shoulders up like he owned the world, but he
And
cannot even
the
conquer
good
in
thing,
his own bedroom.
he's a Yoruba man. He should do his best.
Very
Agboje is
Yoruba
there now.
like.
Huh?
We thought that the Yoruba man was the
Uh-uh.
master of in the other room.
Agboje
It's
is
not
there.
the
Alamo
other
Bita
room.
is there. Come on.
Viagra is there.
Well,
This is
I
the
really
thing.
feel for the lady, to be honest. And for him, he needs to wake up. I think he's sleeping, but he needs to wake up now.
Yeah, but that's the problem now. He's sleeping in more ways than one. But thank you for that. That just gave me a giggle, when I saw it. I thought, okay, I have to bring this one to the platform,
Yeah.
He'll be strutting around like he owned the world and he cannot even own his own bedroom. But let me take you quickly then to Ghana. Aliko Dangote speaking, and he was saying that Africa will propel if they had 20 of the mindset of Akoko Addo, or whatever it's called, the Ghanaian president, his vision. And then he went on to cite other examples. So he was in Ghana making this speech, and he was eulogizing about the Ghanaian president. And you say that's just manners, that's just it's being diplomatic. But then he went on to cite other African countries that he thought their leadership was exemplary. So he cited Ghana, where he was being hosted. He cited Rwanda, where everybody goes to, and then he cited Cote d'Ivoire, that these are the sort of leaders that we need in Africa. But then, of course, Madam Buhari, missing in action. So what are you making then of Dangote's speech in Accra?
Well, if someone like Dangote will come out and and analyze about different countries with how they're doing well, then you should know that there is problem in the land, because it's in this Buhari regime that everything, all the little wound has become a massive wound for people to see. And if you look at it, I must be honest to you, one man. Nigeria is our country. Nigeria is good. It's just the evil leaders that we have that they're not helping issue. That's just the fact. And if you see, other African countries are really doing well. I must be honest to you, they are really, really doing well. But I always say this: these people have limited time, so it's something that we need to think, and we need to take it the way it is. Because honestly, the next president that will come into power, he won't last that long. I'm telling you, he won't last, because our country is a good country, but it's just unfortunate that we have leaders who don't care about their citizens. Rather, they are haunting their citizens. So things like this, well, we'll just leave it the way it is, honestly. My prayer is just for the leaders to finish their tenure and vacate. Then let's see if we're going to have a new
but
revolution.
the bigger prayer is not to have. We cannot afford somebody that is as useless as this guy again, because we have now lost a decade to Malam Buhari. So if we have somebody else that is as useless, then we lose 2 decades. That's 20 years. We cannot lose 20 years as a nation. So we cannot have somebody that is as useless as the administration that we have now. We cannot.
Yeah, the thing is, if you look, one man, if someone is 40 years, so you spend 8 years, that's 48 years, 48 years out of your life is just useless in that country. It's really sad. It's really sad.
Because that's a generation wiped out, What in fact, that's 2 generations really, because they always calibrate in 5-year slots. So by the time this guy would have done, he would have wiped out maybe at least 2 generations just from what he has done. You know,
Yes, exactly.
people,
And
somebody that was 20 will be 30 when Buhari left.
of course,
Somebody that was 30, which is your prime most, he will be 40 when Buhari leaves. You know, so just wiped out those people completely.
I think the man, I think he just marginalized everybody in that country for 8 years. I must be honest to you, because every little kid in that country, they're feeling it. If adult can feel it, why not the younger ones? They will definitely feel it. And it's unfortunate that we just have to take it the way it is. Like always say here, one man, there are very easy way to sort out this Nigerian issue in terms of the leadership. If Nigerian can find a solution, let's say after you serve for 4 years and just leave the seat, leave that seat, don't come back to government. Serve for
But
four
that
years
was
and
what
go.
Goodluck Jonathan was trying to introduce, and they shut him down. He was trying to introduce a 1 year, a 6 year, one-term tenure for the presidency. That anything that you want to do, you should be able to do in 6 years. That is what he was trying to
That's the
introduce.
best. Honestly, that's the best. Those things that if they can implement things like this, I'm telling you, Nigeria will bounce back. Nigeria will surely bounce back. But it's just the way it is now. There's nothing we can do.
Oh,
Just
oh,
wait for
oh,
new generation to come in. That's it.
oh, all right, thank you, engineer. Let me take you to a different spot, engineer. This we were discussing at length yesterday, so more information emerging within that space. We are talking about the Omicron variant that are in Nigeria. So you know that, of course, there's a travel ban on Nigeria by the United Kingdom and other countries off the back of this new variant that is coming out of Africa. But what is emerging now is that there are actually only 6 confirmed cases of this virus in Nigeria. But it looks as though the United Kingdom identified 7 additional ones attributed to people coming out of Nigeria. But a lot of it, a journey from South Africa. So, what are you making of this variant of the pandemic and how the international community, especially the United Kingdom, are responding to it vis-a-vis Nigeria?
You know, when they started that Nigeria have just one, that's where I know it's like something is going to happen. It's like kind of like politics. Because Nigerian government, they're they're the biggest scammer ever we have in that country. I must be honest with you, one man. Because things like this, they will do anything to start saying, "Oh, we have a case like this." But in Nigeria, where in Nigeria, what part of Nigeria? That's something we need to realize again. You understand? We know people do travel, people go outside other African countries, but when they
It
said
will be in the metropolis, places like Kano, Abuja, or Lagos. It'll be one of those, or Port Harcourt. You know,
so,
I don't think it'll be in the rural areas.
Nigeria have that kind of equipment to detect things like that. That's something that I'm being a bit kind of worried and shocking. You understand, one man? Because a whole Nigeria that we know that things like this, if anything is happening, we have seen Ebola now. We have seen what Ebola did in Nigeria, you know, till today. I think Ebola did his own and left. Now, Nigerian government, they want to start this their fraudulent lifestyle, saying now we have something like that. But they never knew that all these things they're trying to do, people are running away from that country. They made things even tighten again. It's like kind of you're frustrating your citizens. You're frustrating them.
But what are you making of the international response, though? A more interesting space, engineer, because of course, the Nigerian government now announcing 6 confirmed cases, you know, and some of those just recently confirmed. The United Kingdom attributing an additional 7 to Nigeria. So that's, well, you are good at maths, but that is less than 15. And off the back of that, they impose a travel ban on Nigeria. Is that taking a sledgehammer to a fly? What do you think?
That
Lai
travel
Mohammed described it as racism.
That, of course, that travel ban. Come on, at a dime minute, you know, during the festive period. Do you know how many people? people they book tickets to go back home, and unfortunately, if you're coming back to England, you pay almost 2,500
It's cheaper to
pounds.
cancel the ticket, isn't it?
No, now if you cancel it, they will give you voucher. They will give you voucher. They can't refund back your money.
No, because they will test you in Nigeria when you get, and then they will test you. They test you twice, 2 days and 7 days. So that's a spend all the way through, and they expect you to bring a certificate of testing from where you're coming from.
Is
so
it
when
free?
you go back to the United Kingdom, America, wherever, they will expect you to do a test for 48 hours. When you get to the United Kingdom, you will quarantine in a hotel for 10 days at your expense. So by the time you calculate all of that, it is just cheaper to give up the ticket and say, okay,
Of course.
I'm not going anymore.
One man, something we need to understand that baffles me sometimes. Are they saying now COVID is gone? It's out of Nigeria? That's one. Two, what kind of equipment they use in Nigeria to test people that they have those kind of illnesses? Those are the things that I'm a little bit worried, honestly, because a scam is always a scammer. That's just the truth. Nigerian government,
they will even debate that one.
One man, right now, currently, people are doing the fake one.
Yes. Huh? Somebody was reciting on this platform that people come in with certificates of not of being cleared in Nigeria, and when they randomly test them abroad, they find that they are carrying the thing.
Okay.
So they're just, they're just the usual Nigerian thing, just give me 10K now. I'll print out for you.
Duplicate, the photocopy. Yeah. The photocopy. No, like I said to you, Nigerian government, they are the most, they are scammers. That's just the truth. They are the most dangerous people ever.
And I'm sure, you can probably bribe your way onto an aircraft even without that certificate. Some American YouTuber that went to Nigeria was narrating his experience. I think it was Ajane Koko that was sharing it with us at the Nigerian airport. And the guy came out that Nigeria is uniquely corrupt. This is the guy that went to enjoy Nigeria. He said, he says the level of corruption that at the airport, that they were asking him to pay bribe for everything. He says the level of corruption that it is not replicated anywhere. And this is the guy that traveled Africa-wide.
His name is Sabbatical.
Yes. Did you watch that one when he was at the airport and he said, okay,
yes. I watched it, because everything he does, give me money. Everything he does, give me money. So the guy was so, even they don't even check. Once you give them money, they don't even know whether you test positive or negative. Just carry go.
So engineer, it's not only the politicians that are corrupt. Nigeria, even themselves, they are corrupt people.
Yeah, because they work for them, my brother. They work for them.
No. Politicians are not those ones.
I did ask here once upon a time that if all Nigerians are instinctually criminal, and people were throwing tomatoes at me. But UK, you wanted to say?
I want to say something. Do you know that this? I remember when that was 2014. I traveled back home, so I have a couple of bags. I think I have about like 6 bags. So when I get to the airport in Port Harcourt, people were giving money, and exactly 7 years today, because I left on the 4th. I left early because I have so many things I wanted to do, and I think I have like almost like 1 month and 6 weeks to spend in Nigeria that year. So when I get, the man said they started searching my bag. I said I don't have anything. The only thing there is clothes. Those clothes, people gave me money to buy clothes for them during Black Friday. They start I will give them money. I said, well, I'm not giving anybody money. They thought that I was joking. People were giving them $20, $10, $20, $10 at the airport there. Those customs. I said I'm not gonna give it. And the most painful part of it was an Igbo lady, a custom officer, was asking me this money. Other people have asked me. I said, I'm not going to give. They said, okay, if you're not going to give, you're going to stay in there. I said, well, let me stay. Do you know that I was there up to 1 o'clock? My sister, they keep calling me. It was an Hausa man that rescued me. Hausa man that came out and tell me, why are you still here? that everybody have left. I said, well, your people say I should give them money. I told them where I'm coming from. I've never give bribe before. So I'm not going to give you guys bribe this night. If you want me to stay in this airport, I will stay. Do you know that?
You know they should have cleaned up the Nigerian airport a long time ago. You should not have more than 2 encounters at the Nigerian or any other airport. You should only have an encounter with an immigration officer and a customs person. Those are the 2 encounters.
This I'm telling you now.
And the customs person, he has no business asking you for your passport, but they will.
I've cleared up now.
UK,
I mean,
UK.
Yes.
What is the money for? What is the money for?
Because they see what is in that bag now. Because they were even begging me cologne and everything. I said, this cologne you are begging me. Do you think it belongs to me? I mean, this thing, people gave me money to buy all of them. Then you are begging me. Do you think they were even begging me for medication? Could you imagine? You know, I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give you.
The medication that they don't know the ailment for.
Okay. Woman, do you know the same year I was coming back, the vitamin I already opened. The master I should give it to her at the airport when I was leaving. Okay, I just said, take. Do you know me? You don't know me. Why are you taking even medication? He said, you know, this medication is very expensive. I said, what is the name? He said, Centrum. That when you go to this, okay, I said, take.
Centrum,
you know, even my perfume, they even collect perfume. I remember last time I called. That was said that the perfume was this thing. I get the thing. You know, sometimes I will say, God, this poverty is too much.
Well, it's not even poverty, you know. When they are taking your vitamins and they are taking, it's just a criminal instinct, isn't it? Really, it's just it's a really bad look for the airports to be that experience, you know, because you just hand over your passport. Is it? Are you legal to come in? Welcome. Hope you enjoy your visit. And then check your bags. Is there anything illegal? Welcome. Hope you enjoy. Just 2 encounters. It's nothing more complex than that. But they will search your bag. They will empty you. They will take you to hotel, to toilet and ask you to bend over. They will. But I think they have scanners now, don't they? But the Nigerian experience,
No, is human scanner. This is what happened. If you're leaving Nigeria, there's one they call them charity organization. They will first of all, immediately you park your car, they will surround your car. That's tax number 1. Tax number 2, before you pass through the door of that airport, you still meet another one. Then when you come to the door, that's when you start meeting the uniform men. Sometimes I wonder how many uniform men are there in that airport that they will start asking you. Before you know, you declare your food, you pay for your food, blah, blah, blah. The next thing, another custom. The next, come on. It's sad. It's sad. I think, was it last 2 weeks? I think they said they sacked so many of them. And, I said, good luck. Because this government, these are the kind of things, because they put those people there to get money for them, and they will have their own court. This is what is happening. Some time ago, when I visited the same Nigeria I was living, I was coming back. I have some naira in my pockets. This guy searched me to the stage. He found the money. He said to me, I don't need that money. I said, is it your money? It's my money. He said, no, you don't need it. I have to take it. You don't need it. Imagine someone in uniform.
It's evidence. Your naira is evidence.
Okay, one man. Let me say something.
Yeah.
Let me say something. But I think when I traveled 2018, so that one he was so surprised. I brought out $100 and gave to the lady. She couldn't even believe. She couldn't even believe. She was just looking at me. You know, there's sometimes I take Nigerian people by surprise when I want to do something. I said, this $100, I'll just give it to whoever person that behaved very well. Yeah?
But for every good there is bad. We must not condemn all of them.
Yes.
No.
When I went through Abuja, I had the most pleasant of experiences with the system, and the chap that actually that I had the encounter with was actually a northerner. And I was saying to him at the end of that experience that this really surprises me because I was expecting to be traumatized, but he's been civil and cordial. And he was saying that, look, we're trying to change the system. So we had that. And then when I was coming through, I couldn't. I had like a bulk of naira on me as well, and one of those chaps, he was saying that, "Oh, do you want me to go change it for you at the bureau de change?" And I looked at the guy, and I thought, okay, bye bye birthday. But I wasn't really wanting to carry that bulk of naira because I wasn't sure when I will be going back to Nigeria or whatever. So I said, okay, go and do that. And he went and changed the money for me and brought it back, and I gave him a tip. So there are good elements, but the overall experience still needs to be worked on. So we shouldn't be citing isolated rather examples of good experiences.
Yeah, we know
But
one man. It's just like out of 10, the ones that loot money from people. Let's say 7%.
Yeah,
that's the thing. One man. I want to say something. But do you know that sometimes when you meet these Hausa people in the airport, they are more of very calm spirit, unlike this.
They are very civilized.
Yeah,
they are the most civilized.
They are very
polite.
Civilized.
Yeah, they are well dressed. They are not, because the Yorubas and the Igbo ones, their uniforms even almost dirty. They wear dirty, But these ones, they take pride. Yeah, and they're well spoken. Yeah.
One man, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So you see, the problem with that space, that airport, is that when you go there, a lot of people are just there. I mean, some people just want to take advantage of whatever opportunity they might find. The problem there is a lot of people who are there are unemployed. They're not employed in any way. They just come there. You see people who say, okay, guy, you want to make phone call? Like phone call, they will give you their phone, the answer to make call. Maybe you are expecting someone to come pick you up, and you are still inside the airport, just to know if the person arrived or not. So, and then when you do that, they will ask you for money. Like, okay, what can you give? Maybe after you use their phone to call the person that is supposed to come and pick you up, and then after you give back the phone, they'll say, okay, God, do you want to give us something, and like something like that.
Well, that's fair enough. So that's fair enough.
What I'm trying to say is this: you see, the level of unemployment in that country is what is driving everybody towards that airport, because everybody's thinking that airport is another gold mine for them to make money. You go to the airport, you see a lot of people there just hanging around, men, able-bodied men and women.
That should not be the pay. It can be an overwhelming experience. When you come out of that Muritala Mohammed in Lagos, the heat will hit you, and then the crowd will surround you, and then it's just chaos.
So the country needs to work on
rational mind. Please, I just want to chip in something. Do you know that I've bought Ghana Must Go in that airport for 6,000 naira? Ghana Must Go. Ghana Must Go.
What kinds of
that
business?
Why?
6,000. Because
but why?
Yeah, because something turned now, So the guy said, I already have got, and most of them they are just marketing things there.
People
and when you tell them,
kinds of things. That's why that place looks so terrible. It's overcrowded.
The guy, they say it's 6,000 naira, and I have to just bring out though I have the money, so I just.
Although when you are buying anything at the airport, you just have to surrender. I think that's a global phenomenon. You just have to surrender because they know that they've got you. So what are you going to do? You go to the next shop.
That's it. The thing is, if you're traveling from abroad to Abuja airport, you are safe. But when you come to Lagos, they will strip you naked. Because those people there are honestly, sometimes I'm wondering, are they aliens or what?
They're Agbero airport, isn't it?
Both the uniform and non-uniform, they work together, and they know themselves.
Yeah, I think they even pay bribe for them to move them to Lagos. Because anybody they move to Lagos is a very jackpot. It's a heavy jackpot.
You build house.
yeah, but if they move to the airport, Lagos airport, you hit the jackpot.
This is it. They pay bribe for them to be moved to Lagos, and they have return bonus to the main men. You understand? And the main men will definitely take it to the upper men. This is how it works. And it's just like Rational Mind said, it's unemployed. The thing is, something that the Nigerian government should create job for people. Like I think, was it 2 or 3 days ago, somebody I went to their channel is saying, imagine the clothes we wear. If Nigerian government should sponsor materials in that country, there will be job for people to do.
No, the Dangote has already given the answer in Ghana. Just provide electricity.
Oh, one
that's
man.
just that one thing. That one thing
we shouldn't even go
would
to that
catapult,
electricity of a thing, because
Yeah.
that one.
Man, you see that Dangote you mentioned now. That guy made attempt to produce 12,000 megawatts off grid. Do you know that up till now they are frustrating that guy's efforts? And that's one of the salient things that people are not aware of. 12,000 megawatts up till now they are frustrating that guy's efforts.
Because they know that if he should succeed in that, Nigeria
because
will
he said no.
bounce back.
I think what pissed them off, especially those people in Genco, whatever it says, this is off-grid agreement. It simply means that it's not going to transmit that power to your grid. So he identified 25 million people where he was going to supply. But let's see where that government will give. Maybe next government will give him that control. So he is saying what he knows.
Well, it's just even basic common sense, isn't it? If you provide electricity, that just propels the. Imagine if you don't have electricity in America or Europe, then it's a third world space. But if you have it, it's a first world space. That's just the one thing that demarcates the sort of world you live in.
One man, can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, about the electricity engineer. If different companies can do their electricity, why Nigeria can't have electricity? One man, I work in a parastatals in Ibadan. They call it IITA. They generate their light in the company. They don't use light outside. Just company, IITA, International Institute of Tropical Agric in Moniya. The dream camp generates their light 24 hours. Winners generate their light 24 hours.
Should I tell you why?
What is difficult is doing this?
Now, when Fashola got to that place, Fashola was going to apply the Lagos State model, because when they did it within Lagos State, the federal government said, yes, you can generate, but you cannot sell. You have to send to the national grid. They will now sell on your behalf. I will now give you your money. That's exactly the problem in that country today. They find it difficult to repeat that law and make another law that will allow participation. So that, for example, Lagos can supply Lagos without transferring to the national grid. No, the federal government said no, you have to bring it to the national grid. That's the problem in Nigeria today. Fashola all of a sudden becomes someone that doesn't know anything about electricity, even with all his beautiful proposal. The law of that Genco and all those things. I think Jonathan too is culpable here, though. I think they managed to push him into
a country where NEPA use generator, so that tells you it's finished. There's nothing we can do again.
That's it.
So if NEPA can use generator, so what else do you expect?
It's an overcomplicated space in terms of policy and regulation, but it's quite a simple place to resolve or to solve, because all it needs is political commitment and money.
That's it.
Because they are not going to. There's no thinking. They've already mapped out the space. The how electricity can be provided is something that has been around for going on 150 years, and even new and evolved and smarter ways. So all of these things, they are on the shelf, so you just have to go and take it off the shelf and pay at the tills.
That's just
it. Just like you go and buy your bread. You
exactly.
Just take it off the shelf and go to the tills and pay for it. That's just all that is required.
One man.
One
man. I think that guy that died, this chief of staff, the one that died before this one took over, I think he went to Germany to sign.
Yeah.
Not at a hero. Not at a hero.
I think his name was at a hero. The one that dropped off the plane.
No, the chief of the one that was that strong guy now that died of COVID now. Abake, yes, yes.
Sorry,
he has something to do with Sims in
Siemens,
Germany.
Siemens,
Siemens in Germany
That was
to
what killed
sign
him. That was what killed him when he went
for the electricity now before he died. I think he actually wanted to do that electricity.
No, but I think he was going to focus it on the north, but that's my reading of that space. But
okay,
I don't know.
But
we have to solve that problem though. But thank you,
let
gentlemen.
me chip in regarding the social media.
Yes. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then you because he made it quite a while ago. It says per the data at my disposal, the variant is the least deadly of all the variants, albeit super infectious. So, Alexander, you have to know, works within that sort of area. So that is what he's speaking as his contribution to that space. So thank you, Alexander, for that. So now back to you, engineer.
Yeah, regarding the social media, whatever they are saying, they want to monitor this and this. You know, sometimes what baffles me, one man, did Nigerian government lose their senses? How can you be fighting people with their social media instead of fixing the country, creating jobs, making, what is wrong with these people? I don't know if they are thinking through their annals or what. A normal human being cannot start hunting people on social media without even fixing things in the country. What a shame. What a shame. A country, no light, no road, nothing is functioning. They just want to cripple their citizens, disable their citizens, and molest them. How long would they be doing all this kind of rubbish? This guy now that is doing it, I'm telling you, it's just godfatherism. You said it earlier on. He just want to do something that his godfather will say, yes, oh, this guy.
Do you think he was directed to do it, or he's just trying to do it to impress daddy?
One man, he's just doing it to impress daddy. I'm telling you, he's doing it to impress daddy. So daddy will open the little space in that CBN for him to loot his own share and run away. That's just it. I keep saying this. These people have limited time. What can they do? They will definitely divert all Nigerian citizen mindset so that their mind won't go to that port. But I keep saying it. By the time these people leave, if CBN survive, that one na God. I'm telling you, because there's nothing these people can offer. To the stage now, you talk about monitoring WhatsApp. That one is not enough. You talk about hate speech. It's not enough. Now, social media again. Huh? Come on, man. Come on. It's high time people should start chasing these people. I keep saying it. Chase them, stone their cars. They will realize, honestly, it's too bad, man. It's too bad.
All right, engineer. Let me show you NEPA providing electricity for itself, and then before we move on. Oh no, it's not letting me do it. It won't download. But thank you, engineer. Let's go on, engineer. Then to rational mind. Rational mind. Let me take you to that space. The Dangote commentary in Ghana cited examples of the sort of visionary leaders that Africa needs. The Buhari name, of course, missing from the list. What do you think he's trying to signal to the space by that speech? with that speech?
Well, I think what he said is already what he said. I mean, but the only thing is, why can't they say it here while he's here? When I'm in here, I mean, why can't they say when he's in Nigeria? You know what I mean? So
no, he said it. Wherever he says it, they will hear it.
No, that's not it. If you want to criticize, don't throw shade from afar. I mean, don't throw shade at from
afar.
No,
he's not going to live in exile. He lives in Nigeria. So I mean,
the thing is, you see, these people, they just like to make themselves look good by making certain things outside, like the one we have there, the idiot we have there as head, who goes out and puts up a different appearance, and then back home he doesn't we don't even we barely even hear him. Maybe once in a year, or how many times in a year we hear him talk. I mean, when he goes out, it's like as if he's active. It's like he's an active president. He's going here begging and asking for aid and all of that. So I think it's the same thing. These political elites or the elites, they are just they're all just the same. I mean, I'm not saying what he said is bad. I mean, it's the truth. It's a fact that if Nana Akufo-Addo, if any president can be like him and Paul Kagame, if we have something like those kind of president in many African countries, I tell you, Africa will be great. These two presidents are doing incredibly well for their countries. And so if he's speaking, that Alassane Ouattara, that's why I don't know if he's really doing well, because stories that I've been hearing from Cote d'Ivoire, it's terrible too. I don't know why he's praising him, but I know the Ivory Coast.
Maybe it's after contract there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, this man has a lot of them has oil refinery there. Like this guy, Globacom, he has oil refinery in Cote d'Ivoire. He has most of his, because himself lifts crude oil and he brings back crude oil, refined crude oil, we're refining in Cote d'Ivoire. So a lot of them, they have business interest in Cote d'Ivoire. I think this guy we're talking about, Dangote too has, I think he has interest in Cote d'Ivoire too. I think he has a pasta, because pasta is a common thing in Cote d'Ivoire. They eat it a lot. Anyway, so I think what he's just saying, maybe it's the same sycophancy they do in Nigeria. They try and go and display it outside too. That's how I read it. I'm not saying what he's saying is not a fact. That if we can have leaders like the two leaders I mentioned, especially the two leaders I mentioned, Kagame, even though I know Kagame to himself is another dictator,
He's a tyrant. I don't know why people cite him as an example.
Yeah, he is too, but it's just, he's doing well, I would say, for the most part, he's doing well for his country. He's transforming that country, Rwanda. Rwanda has never seen the kind of transformation he's going through right now. But if we can have somebody like, I won't say somebody like him, but somebody who has the kind of vision that he has, but not the kind of characteristics. I mean, when I mean characteristics, the way he handles opposition in his country. I think Akufo-Addo should be the best, the best person I will use in this scenario. So, I mean, it's right. If we have people like that, they are doing well for their country. That's good. I mean, but the thing is, these people, they just speak to things that would only promote their own interests, or that will really bring in raking more wealth to their own pockets. So that's all I have to say for that.
All right. Thank you. What also struck me, because of course, the Ghanaian president spoke as well. And what he was saying is that the license that they are granting now for electricity generation is for green sort of electricity, some eco-friendly sort of mix. So they've now gone past towards just, they've gone past the level rather of just providing electricity. They are now looking to clean electricity. But meanwhile in Nigeria, we're still lighting candles every night.
You see, I heard recently from somebody, from a source, that Dangote regretted that oil refinery that he built. That the regret that he had was that the way the world is going right now, with the new kind of cars, clean energy cars, and all of kind of the things that they are making, it is seeming like, because if you look at China now, China and some Asian countries, the rate at which they are churning out, they are mass producing electric cars now. It's seeming that electric cars will be the next thing now. And so some people said, well, from what I heard from the source is that, so whoever advised him back then, maybe the Hill advised him. But that is why he's desperate right now. His desperation right now is to get our refinery working and get his money back as quickly as possible. And so this, what's it called? This thing that we're going to do next year, what's it called? This, what's it called? What everybody's going to protest about? I forgot it. Don't mind me. I've not really woke up. I'm just trying to wake up from. So what
carry on anyway. Yeah.
Is that what?
Climate change.
No. This thing of petrol, subsidy, rather. Sorry, subsidy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Subsidy. So that subsidy is going to be an avenue for him to rake back his money quickly. He's going to make that money quickly. So And after that, maybe he might pull out his investment from that refinery as such, and maybe kind of publicly listed, listed so that everybody has taken it, already has divested his money from there and all of that. So, but maybe still retain some portfolio there. So that's what I think he's trying to do.
I think a lot of people make too much of this electric cars and whatnot. Yeah, the petroleum industry will continue to be buoyant for the foreseeable. That's just
the projection
for 200 years, 200 years more, or 500 years.
No. It's the projection is this is the projection by 2050. That's the projection. That's what I saw.
I don't know where you're reading that projection from, but
the projection is by 2050. But you see, like
what will happen by 2050? No, people will not be
that more than half of the world will be powered by electric cars.
And yes, Africa.
Well,
what about machinery? What about aviation? What about ships? What about all of the? It's not.
There are still some things. You see, the thing is this: it's true, but the half of the source of income for those people in that sector.
And you have to understand that most of the world cannot support electric cars or green cars.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm getting.
I think it's Tony that is going back. I think it's whoever that is. Or is it even you?
No, I think.
Do you know currently? Tesla.
Tony can mute himself.
I'm not you, not me.
Hold on, I'm not sure where that's coming from. Okay, some engineer. All right, carry on. No, I was just saying that most of the world cannot support electric cars, and there's no indication that they will be able to in the foreseeable future.
Of course, that's why the moving now. Because with the climate issue and everything working, because we're seeing how in the Sahel now, the Sahara desert now is encroaching gradually, and there's this whole frenzy about the activity of this carbon monoxide and everything that is being spewed into the air, into the air and everything, how it's affecting the environment. What I'm trying to say is this. What Nana Akufo-Addo is talking, like, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. You said they're trying to move into cleaner energy.
Yes.
It's going to be a gradual process. If half of Africa, because that's the projection now, if half of Africa can be powered by renewable energy, that will solve that aspect of, that aspect of fossil fuel, burning of fossil fuel. And so, which means that sector, which is the oil sector.
You know, renewable energy is high science.
Oh man, even though it's in high science,
the point I'm making is even the rudimentary science, essentially, that just provides energy, they've not been able to perfect it. So you're not asking them to leapfrog beyond the rudimentary that they cannot perfect to a higher form of mix.
No country can tell you that they totally depend on renewable energy. Like some countries, some here in America, some still you have this nuclear power station here that powers the electricity here. Some still depend on whatever just to generate electricity. But at least here in America, more states are queuing into wind turbines and
but that's in America. We're talking about the rest of the world outside of the first world.
It's a gradual thing. They will get to that phase. But you see, the thing is this.
By 2050.
Well, that's the projection. That's what I had. That's what I read.
Which is about 20-something years away.
That's the projection. But if not,
people that are not able to provide electricity of any form, they'll be providing environmental friendly electricity.
From darkness to renewable, from darkness.
From that. Thank you. Well put. Put, Tony. From darkness to renewable.
The problem with Nigeria, you see, Ghana is a good example of a country that is a progressive country.
Right.
Rwanda is another good example of a progressive country.
Right.
Egypt is another example of a progressive country. Morocco. South Africa.
All right. Yeah, so, go to the wider point. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is this: that these countries, they already have electricity problem at least solved for almost 80%.
Right.
Now, the next phase for them now is to move to renewable.
Right.
Now, talk about countries like Nigeria that is still backward. That's supposed to
Yes.
be even the champion of all of this.
Right.
So deliberate is a deliberate by the ruling class or whoever class that is there to put us in this situation. So that now you're thinking that okay, now that we don't even have electricity, how can we be talking about even going into renewable when we don't even have that, even the other ones, other countries already have by now? So you see, the thing is this: it might surprise you that at some point, by the time Nigeria would now be able to solve this electricity problem, we will leapfrog. Was it leapfrog or jump forward?
We
No,
won't
we will
because
jump.
we won't.
Possibly.
No, we won't. We won't. Let me tell
We
you why
will.
we will.
We will. Okay,
Let
go
me
on.
tell you why we will not.
Okay.
We will not because all of the investment that the Nigerian state has been making for the last 20, 30 years in terms of solving the electricity problem has been investment towards the traditional energy generation.
So what is
So they're
traditional?
not going to abandon that then to leap into a renewable. So they're going to seek to follow that through.
So
So the
what's the
Nigerian
traditional?
part
What's the traditional?
just dams, fossil fuel generated power grids, all this sort of what is known already as a template globally for the last 100 years. That is what they've been trying to replicate. They're not looking to some renewable where you're using gas or what even is renewable. They're not looking to anything other than what they're already heavily invested in.
Well, you can be saying this.
No, I can be saying it. Is that not the case? Are they not heavily
Yeah, you're right. You're
invested
right.
in?
I
Yeah,
agree with
yeah,
you.
yeah.
One man, I agree with you. I agree with you. Like I said, by the time we have that leader, that set of leaders, or that one leader, perhaps, who will lead that country and who is more exposed, I tell you, and he has that political will or that will to want to transform that country. It doesn't take anything. Yesterday you and I were debating it here that does Nigeria have a capacity to have their own laboratory and vaccine? Yes, we have the capacity. But I can understand if you say we don't have the capacity, maybe Nigeria is not doing well financially because of there's so much corruption in the system. We have what it takes financially. If we can dam every loophole that's making people to siphon money from that country and steal money, that money can be used.
What do you understand by capacity, rational mind?
Well, when you say capacity, you're talking about the finances, rather. Is that what you're saying? The
No.
finances.
No, we have the finances.
Infrastructure and the university, research. You know what I'm saying? They have to. Yeah. I mean, they have to spend money on the, on this University of Ibadan, college, university. Then Lagos, Lagos and the University of Benin. After all, University of Benin have produced the best petroleum engineers that are operating in America today. Right on.
All right. So now, when you say capacity, look at Dubai. I guess I'll give an example of Dubai. Dubai, most of the engineering feat in Dubai, you think it was done by those Arabs?
No. No,
So
that's not what.
Listen.
No, that's not. No, but you are not even.
If you have the money, if you have the money, you will bring in the engineers.
No, that's not capacity.
Well, you have this. Your money speaking. That is what I'm talking about. That's the capacity.
No, that is not capacity. No, but that is not capacity.
Okay, let me hear you. What is your capacity?
I'll use two examples. I'll use the Nigerian example and then I'll use the international example. But let me start from the international space. Tony was just making a point now that you invest in all these higher institutions and build a culture of research there. So not in a year or 2 or 10 years, but a long-standing, ongoing research-based sort of space that is geared towards science. Not 1, 2, but 10, 20, 50, spread across the country with all levels of specialism. So that has to be in situation for an ongoing period. So there's a body of understanding and work that is already in situation there. There has to be the infrastructure as we know them in terms of the roads, the electricity generation, etc., etc. Then there has to be the body of people, the intellectuals that has to occupy that space, all of that. So, and then there has to be the political will, there has to be the spending of the money, there has to be all of this, all of that mixes the capacity. Yeah, and that Dubai built up to that. It doesn't just happen, and all of those things, every single one of those things is missing from the Nigerian space. So, well, we have the intellectuals, but we don't have capacity. We don't.
You see, I agreed on what you've just said in some sense, some degree. I agree with you, but I will still keep insisting. For me, I think Nigeria has the capacity. But I understand what you're saying.
No, describe it then. Describe the capacity that they have.
I mean, like you said, to some extent, we are deficit when it comes to certain things, like what you just mentioned, infrastructure.
Yeah, but describe the capacity. You said Nigeria has capacity. Describe it.
Now, you just mentioned when you were talking, we talk about people. We have professors, we have epidemiologists, we have virologists, we have people who are doing well in medicine.
Yes. Right.
That is one of the capacity.
Right.
But
that is human resources. Human resources is that human resources. Okay, but so, you need what woman is saying is that you need capacity like infrastructure. You know, all the universities centers should be, should be financed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That capacity can be solved if you use your money, the money you have.
When the graduates are leaving for England, for America, for Canada, my friend.
I get you, Tony, I get you. We're on the same page. I think we're on the same page on this. But maybe the way we understand it or the way we're trying to tweak the whole thing.
What I'm understanding from your understanding is that your understanding of capacity is that we have a lot of PhDs that have big brains.
Not just that.
Yes.
Not just that. That's not just what I'm basing it on. Yes. I'm basing it on what we have, the revenue that country generates. The only reason why that country is in debt is there's a lot of massive corruption going on. People siphoning money that is meant for the government into their own private pocket, not being able to give account of those money. But if everything can be dammed up, every loopholes that people take out this money can be used judiciously on the people and all this bloated what's it called?
But that's a catch-all solve all, isn't it? That panacea that you are prescribing.
Solve all, like you want to tell me.
It's a catch-all solve all now. If what you are saying is the case, then that solves all the problem in Nigeria.
Well, it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't solve the problem.
If they cut corruption and put the money to good use.
The reason why you speak like this is because Nigeria is massively in a corrupt state. And it's in a decline, it's in a massive declined state. Now, let me give you an example. I know you might be saying this might be far-fetched. In the 50s, 60s, when we have the Western region, how many years did it take? Well, you can say maybe the population there was not much, but how many years did it take Awolowo to transform the Western region then? I mean, this was a thing of about 15, 10 years. Not even up to 5 years, perhaps. It transformed the Western region. We had the University of Ibadan, that everybody uses as a prestigious university today. Now we have IITA, whatever, IATA. So these were the things those I'm trying to talk about. The capacity, because he had the money then from whatever investment the Western region had then, he was able to transform Western region, giving it what they had. So what I'm trying to say is this. I understand what you're saying. We don't have infrastructure. We don't have electricity. We don't have all those things you mentioned, which is part of the capacity that we're deficient in. But I'm saying that with our money, we can spin things around. We can bring this thing. That's why I'm using the example.
You know that all of those things have to be in place before we evolve into the space that you are describing. And even with all of those things being in place, we're still evolving in a catch-up sort of situation. So what you're saying is like a real to the distance in the future, sort of thing.
No country does it one. Every country is evolving. Even where you are, where I am, we're all evolving. The country is just going through transformation year by year. They don't just get it right one day. So, but we know this thing is where we can be saying it like this.
But how long?
How long? Correct. Thank you, my brother. That's a question. That's a good question. How long?
Yes, how long?
That I cannot tell you.
Yes.
That I cannot tell you.
Guess at it. If Nigeria starts today on that pathway that you described, give a timeline to where we arrive at a reasonably civilized place. If we start now with all these things that you have described, with all the intentions and whatever, how long? In terms of
let me answer
time,
that question so that we can go to another topic. Because what brought us to this topic was the 2050 target that was set by most countries. But I'm saying that maybe Nigeria might not meet up with the whole world, rest of the world, but at least quarter of it, not the whole full of it, or not even half of it. Maybe quarter of it would have been solved.
So 2050, all right.
Yeah, we would have solved a little bit of,
okay. So, I broadly, go on.
The oil sector, now let us go down to what Dangote said. I mean, the oil sector by that time, maybe will have at least quarter of its source of revenue being slashed. Because when you have like renewable energy and you have like cars that are being powered by electricity, maybe some part of Nigeria has constant electricity, maybe not all. I tell you, nobody will buy gas anymore. Nobody will buy petrol anymore or diesel anymore. Even though some part of Nigeria will still be depending on diesel and all of that. But I'm saying would have solved a little bit of the problem, not all.
And Nigeria is a long way from renewable. So if we use the electric cars as the just the first just as the example, the one thing is the whole of Nigeria will have to change their cars. That's one, and that's not something that anybody can afford. That's one. And then the country has to be able to provide the electric. Are you going to be using generator to? This is the thing. I will be using generator to power
Let me say
cars.
this way. Let me say this way.
Yeah.
If Abuja, Lagos select just those states, put Abuja, put Lagos, put like Ogun State, put like Port Harcourt, I mean like River State, and maybe Kano, this 6 part states, put them on a renewable energy. Just start with them first. Leave the rest of the country for now. Put them on a different grid, whereby they will have maybe natural gas pumping electricity. I mean generating that electricity for them, or maybe a mix of it, or maybe whatever. So what I'm trying to say is just start with these 6 states first, where we have population, where we have seemingly we have industries. I tell you, from there we would have solved a little bit of that problem.
Rational mind.
It might sound too high for us, but I'm
rational mind.
We can start with that first, and we can move from there.
We saw the VP.
It sounds idealistic and far-fetched.
Okay, well,
we all love it, or I love what you're saying to be the case, but it sounds idealistic and far-fetched.
One man, we saw VP doing test drive of electric car. What happened after that?
Look at that.
We saw the president testing Nigerian manufacturing phone. What happened after that? So they can't be fooling people now. We all should know these people. They can't be fooling people.
All right. Thank you. Let me take rational mind to another talking point, just for reasons of time. But rational mind just with cautioned language, this space. Okay. So I'm taking you to Fanika Ode and his wife, who was now describing his performance that Baba Ogberimo or something. They say that all this chest pumping that we see him do in public is not pumping where it should matter. But what are you making then of Precious Chikwendo telling us now what goes on behind closed doors?
I was reading that story on Sahara Reporters when you asked me to come talk about issues too. I've not really read. I'm not finished reading it, but at least the little I read so far. I've not even read the graph. I mean, the other part of you. It's just saying, telling me
the spicy bit.
Yeah, I just read a little bit. So, well, you see, there's a lot of questions one will be asking, and I think you rightly described the situation of Chikwendo and his also, I mean, his estranged husband, which is this man. But I think there's something she said in the court application she made that he has not dissolved the previous marriage before our own. In fact, he didn't even pay bride. Maybe that was the right reason why he didn't even pay bride price, which I find very, very, very. I mean, I can't just believe it that for the whole 6 how many years you stay with this guy, your parents and your family and all the pictures we've been seeing online of him.
Especially for an Easterner, can you imagine taking an Eastern girl as pretty as that?
Beauty queen like that. And then,
without right price.
Most
in
Igbo
Igbo
men
land,
want to have a hand.
I don't think that is
possible.
possible.
Just Igbo men, other men. But still, you're just moving with this man and then he has not paid you. So I think a lot of things, question needs to be asked, I'm not saying because like you said, you rightly say it. I've had that experience myself. When you see how do I put it? When a woman fights you, my brother, he go like say the whole thought against you.
You would just rather prefer to take a physical beating than to take the sort of beating that a woman can give you.
So you see, a woman will spin anything if she's mad with you. She will turn your life upside down. I mean, I mean, I know if some of us have not had experience, but I personally have had experience, and I know how it is. You know, sometimes you start wondering that is it not the person I married? Is it not the woman? When you start making up, fabricating things, like you start asking yourself a question: are you even normal yourself? Like, I mean, is it truly you she's describing? So maybe really, what she said about the man, is it true? So many things has to be made. So many questions. Like when he says, "But for the almost 6 years they've been together, they did not consummate."
Rational mind, let me give you just a couple of paragraphs just for the benefit of the space. She said she confronted him. This is her when she found her married. Okay, let me just take it from. She said she confronted him with it and requested to see the divorce certificate. So that is what you were saying about him not being divorced from his previous wife. So she said she confronted him with it and requested to see the divorce certificate, following which he allegedly confessed that he had not yet done so. Chikwendo said, at every attempt the petitioner made to have sexual intercourse with the respondent, there was never an erection on the respondent's manhood, and penetration was frustrating. During such period of frustration and sexual desire, the petition will be left with the choice of merely rubbing herself on the respondent to have the slightest bit of relief. So what are you then making then of this 6
Well,
years
man, you
torture?
said you don't want graphic. You're already okay. So anyway,
this 6 years torture that this woman
it's
claims she endured, it's just
was she used
look
as a
at that.
surrogate mother? Because that's what I think. That's what I think I understand from
Yes,
the
no,
book.
she said artificial insemination was
Insemination.
such,
So was she used as a surrogate or whatever I did? I don't know. Was she just used as a mule to carry the baby so that she can have babies, have kids? And I mean, because looking at that guy, looking at Fani Kayode, it looks to me like a man who is not, I mean, totally there upstairs. And,
no, it's not. It's not
so I won't be
balanced.
surprised if he has issues. And this is an ex, like you said, he was former drug addict. He had to go through some kind of rehab, and maybe in Ghana or whatever. All the years he spent in the UK or is in America, I know people that knows him and people who were friends with him. Like this guy that owns church in Lagos. I spoke to the space at that time. I was saying, only in Nigeria you see people. You see people living far north. They are more than people. What's the name of that? Where they build someone lose at this something they did in Lagos recently. I've forgotten that pastor's name. His brother. I used to be with his brother, his younger brother.
Adefarasi.
His brother's name is Yemi Adefarasi. They were in Ghana, all of them, and so I used to be with them back then. And then so they were all.
You see, from what this woman said, if you look back on just Fani Kayode's imaging, then you can see that he's been somewhat overly compensating, because you see him oftentimes with these striking young girls, 23 thereabout, and you wonder that, wow, look at this guy, how is he able to? But then of course it's money, and then you hear him bragging about how he breezed past Bianca Ojukwu when they were at university. So he's always vaunting his potency, so to say, but alas.
Well, you see, when people brag like that, they tell you they're empty barrels sometimes. What I'm trying to say is that with his past addiction, I think that could be one reason why he's having erectile dysfunction, because sometimes it could cause it too. When people who abuse themselves with drugs and all of that, it can cause a man to lose potency when it comes to being able to get it up and all of that. So, what is it truly what happened, or is she just fighting as a woman who is?
Well, she filed it in court. So,
one man. I've worked with the police. I've worked. I would say I worked. Should I say I worked with the police? There are two places in where you will find drama. You will laugh if you ever go there. If you go to police station, when people are when they're interviewing criminals or whoever complaining, if you hear stories, if you go to court, join court proceeding, especially when it comes to this family court and everything, if you hear stories, it will make your ear tingle. Like, is it in Nigeria this kind of things is happening? So, I mean, what she's saying is even just small. I mean, you hear some kind of stories, you'll be surprised, So, like I said, my take on this whole thing is that there are so many holes I could punch in whatever she said. I'm not saying she's lying, but one thing about women is that when they are out to get you, they will get you. They will paint your life for you, your life history for you, and yourself. You start asking yourself that some question like, Are you even normal yourself, or is it really who you are? So yeah, I think she could be right that this guy has issues, because even looking at them, 4 kids, she had 4 babies. I knew that it must have been that she did some kind of artificial insemination or whatever it was, or surrogacy or whatever they did. I mean, had that babies. So I think this guy not be able to get it up. That's I don't know much about. So
Look at that.
it's I don't know. But yeah, I know the guy has issues.
And you know, Fani Kayode, he not want to shy from the headlines, so you can expect then him, you know, preening and peacocking. He will probably go and get some girl and ask her to describe. You know, that's his way. So we look forward to that.
One
So
man, we treated this topic, I think, 2 days ago. Similar topic.
Oh, is it that Nasarawa woman that we did?
Yes. Look at it again. Huh?
Look at that. This
God
is where
help
we
us.
are. This is where we are. We are headed towards the gutter journalism. So let's move quickly to loftier spaces. Rational Mind, Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, compiling a hit list of anti-Buhari media houses to shut down. What are you making then of that bombshell?
Oh wow. You see, but yesterday, we were talking about the media being gagged and all of that. You know, this Buhari and his minions, they will keep looking for any way to silence dissenting voices, even though we know some of them will try. Like I was looking at Sahara Reporters now, and I was also looking at some other media outlets. Like even there's one called Nairametrics, which I used to go on there to learn, just to know what is obtainable in the financial sector in Nigeria and all of that. Those sectors. So, I mean, there was a report that was done on Nairametrics about 2 directors in the NFIU, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, that we discussed yesterday here too. 2 directors were initially put on administrative leave and then sacked. Now, what was their reason being sacked? Because they tried making investigation about Atiku. They wrote some kind of financial institution in Malta to give them some evidence of some. I think they were able to trace something to Atiku of some financial misappropriation or some fraud, whatever. But immediately, I think maybe the Attorney General or the higher ups in the NIFU heard about it, or the President heard about it. These 2 people were put on administrative leave. And you know, so you guys can go and read about it. So what I'm trying to say is you never hear these kind of things being reported by either channels, perhaps, or maybe by even NTA. So because they know how it's going to portray the current government. So freedom of expression, freedom of press in that country, I think they keep gagging it in any way they can. That is why we're saying this idiot we're talking about you, who is trying to, sanction them by asking for more money or whatever, or asking them to pay more higher licensing fee or whatever, or jack up the licensing fee. I don't know. But the thing is, they're just making it more and more difficult for the media space in Nigeria to operate. That's a space that I was. That's why I created a kind of a media name for myself, thinking of maybe someday I would try to bring that up in Nigeria. But currently, the way Nigeria is going with the media space right now.
Sorry, you created what?
I was trying to create one. That's one of the things. That's one of the areas that I'm looking to create in Nigeria.
A media outlet.
Yeah, a media outlet. Okay. It's media is very broad. It could be I could go into advertising or whatever. I mean anything. So, but then I'm just looking at the space, just still watching it from here and looking at what can be done. But then I see it as something that right now in Nigeria is being gagged, and that's why we're talking about it right now again. Like we spoke about it yesterday. Buhari and his people, they will keep looking for means or ways to stifle that because they are running out of steam. If I thought they ever even had that steam, because looking at this administration, it's been propaganda after propaganda, and we're seeing the reflection that even with the propaganda, the country is sinking low and low. Daily, we're talking about investors not being able to come to that country. I mean, how can you bring investors? I was listening to FAYEMI Adesina yesterday. The guy was just speaking rubbish when this guy. In fact, I love the way this guy interviewed him yesterday, and he put him on a hot seat, and he was asking him questions. He went to Dubai, your guy went to Dubai, you're asking for investors to come. I mean, who's going to invest in that kind of a country? Not even we that in diaspora, perhaps who has the money or whatever, who even intend to want to invest. Because we talked about electricity right now here, but then how can you go and just power your investment or power your whatever, depending on what you want to do on generator? And we live here and we see the cleaner energy they use here, and you see how we live better here. I mean, go to the street of Lagos, you see, I mean everywhere just messy, and the air is polluted. You and I, we arrived at Lagos, the air that even hits us first at the airport. The airport, which should be number one place that should project our image as a country that is, you are welcome to stay. And then you are even being bombarded with that kind of heat. I mean, it tells you a lot about the country. So what I'm just trying to say is, you can't expect investors to come and invest in a country like that. I mean,
well, the investors can come, but they have to come with a list of items that they would need for that investment to be viable. So they have to come with a list of items. They have to come with their own electricity. So they have to provide their own power. They have to come with their own security, because there's no security in Nigeria. You know, they have to come with their own medical service, because there's no medical services in Nigeria. But then, of course, they cannot come with their own roads. So they have to suffer that as the pain they have to go through for their investment. So what investor is coming to Nigeria?
Yeah. So thank you for that way you just put it. Now, if you talk about those things you just mentioned now, by the time everything you calculate everything.
Or you can just go to Rwanda, where all of these things are there already.
So now, if you calculate all these things now, the cost of production, whatever service or whatever thing they are producing, everything will now go to the whoever is buying it, or buying that service, or buying that production, or that thing that is produced. It's going to cost more if all those things has been in place. Like if you have electricity, you don't have to buy, repair electricity. You don't have to.
You know, the only investors that will come to Nigeria, the investors that come to Nigeria are people that are looking to take mineral resource. So that one, they know is just in that place, or just that Nigeria is one of the few places that they can't find it. So they come and suffer it just to access that mineral resource. So outside of mineral resources, there's nobody who's coming to invest anything in Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying.
Why? No reason.
So I mean, like you said, beside even the mineral resources too. I mean, you have to go and dig at it, and then your diggers or whatever.
Yeah, but you take that risk to get cheap oil, to get cheap gold, to get,
and then they're being kidnapped. They're being kidnapped, and you are being asked to pay ransom for that. I mean, you see, it's crazy. You cannot expect, that kind of a climate we have in that country. It cannot work. It's not sustainable because everything is against that country in any way you look at it. Electricity, security, you put people on the line mine. I mean, on the to be digging gold. I said maybe you want to put some mafias there that will also carry gun. I'll be watching over them so that people don't come there and kidnap them. But you know how much you'll be paying for security.
You know that's what is going on in Zamfara at the moment, to the point that Zainab Ahmed, that journalist, she had to alarm that the level of savagery, because she's from there. They found a lot of gold there, and it's just wild over there. It's just like, it's just wild.
So, no man, let's just let me allow other people to talk, because you see, the thing is, for me, Nigeria is, it's this government has really exposed a lot of things wrong with that country, and like you said, it's going to take us so many years, like 8 years of our life, if at all, some of us are still there in that country, is wasted. I mean, for some of those who cannot even show anything for it, because I think the vast majority of people in that country cannot show anything for the 8 years they've been on that Buhari. No development for them, no improvement in their life. It's just like complain, and stagnation. So,
and if you complain too much, you get shot.
8 years of your life, stagnation, no moving forward. You just every day you wake up, you brush your teeth. Even if you have toothpaste to even wash your teeth, and then you sit down and start looking at what to do in the morning. And then the next thing is maybe 101 bed. Mistakenly, you see on your street, and then you go there and sit down, and then you start talking from morning to. Is that life? Nobody's productive, and then you expect the dollar to be $1 to $1 when nobody's producing anything in that country. So a lot of things is wrong with that country. Only just the elites are benefiting, making money for themselves.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we've gone to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is still with us. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
I'm here, one man.
Okay. Oh, brilliant. So, Ajanle Koko, to you. Now, I never even knew he's been that long in, or rather that short in situation. the OONI of Ife I'm talking about, they are doing the 6th anniversary of his coronation. Just because it's been so large in the public space, I thought it'd been there for longer, but only 6 years. But his conclusion after all those 6 years is now to call to the space that the Yorubas must unite. So this is what the OONI said as he entertained dignitaries that came to visit him, that the Yorubas must unite. So from just those 3 words, are you reading to it an interpretation and so like a coded call for that Yoruba nation that we all desire?
By his status in Yoruba land, the throne on which he sits is the throne of the father of all the Yorubas, the father of everybody, the father of all kings in Yoruba land. So he is in a position as the father to call on his children to unite, to form a common front for the betterment of their homeland. So I am reading the statement as a statement of a fatherly statement to all his children all over the world, in Nigeria and outside Nigeria.
Do you think the OONI wants Yoruba nation?
I don't think so. By his action, he never taken any action to signify that he wants Yoruba nation. He might want it, but he cannot demonstrate it by action or by speech, because he is under the control of the government in his state, and the government in his state does not want Nigeria to break up, and he cannot make any statement against the government interests because they pay him. And as a matter of fact, the way Nigerian state is structured, all the traditional leaders are under the local government chairman. So he cannot say it publicly or take any action whatsoever that will signify that is supporting Yoruba nation as like me and Ola and other people that
what about me? You left me out of that list now. Am I not? What? I was waiting patiently. That I want Yoruba nation too.
Are you one man?
Yeah, I want Yoruba nation.
You know, you are the moderator now. You know, me and Ola, we are. so.
With Oyalafin as the capital.
Oyo is always the capital now. I mean, Ibadan. So, OONI is just making that statement to, as the father of Yoruba nation, father of all the kings, father of everybody, for us to work as one family for the betterment of ourselves. So, I don't read any meaning to that, any other meaning to that, except, it's just, a fatherly call on his nation, of call on his children, to work together as a team.
All right. Let me take you to this space. You may well think that this is just a bit of a non-story story. It doesn't really mean anything or say anything. But it speaks to a wider malaise that afflicts the Nigerian space. Ekiti 2022, Biodun Oyebanji resigns as SSG to contest for governorship. So this is that the SSG to Kayode Fayemi. Kayode Fayemi, of course, completing a second term. His first term was interrupted by stomach infrastructure. So now his SSG now looking now to replace him as the governor of that state. So that you just think is really just a little thing, but it speaks to that space of a sitting governor anointing a person to replace him, something that they try often within the Nigerian space, but often fail. So what are you then making of this pass the baton sort of culture of politics that we have in Nigeria?
Well, the governor might have endorsed him or give him the approval to set the ball rolling for his, towards achieving his gubernatorial ambition. Because if the governor had not given him the go ahead, he wouldn't have left that top position in the state, secretary to the state government. He's very close to the governor and is holding a very strong position in the state. So the matter, got the approval or the endorsement of the governor, for him to replace him, to succeed him. So, but something I don't understand about Nigerian governors, I don't really understand them. Most of the time, you never see any governor that will endorse their deputy governor.
Yes, perennial number two.
The number two, somebody that you serve together that can continue from where you stop, the same ideology and the same vision that you run for 8 years. Why don't you want that same man? I mean, somebody that was with you, the John ticket with you, to continue that course. So I don't understand this. And most of the time, most of the state across the federation, there's nowhere that is excluded. East, North, everywhere. They want to go and choose somebody outside that is not their deputy to succeed them. So
you see, in often instances, the deputy is a party appointee. I'm not quite sure that in most instances, anybody's deputy that holds a political office in Nigeria is somebody of their choice. The party usually picks it for them. I don't think Oshibajo was Buhari's choice, so he's just a compensation to Tinubu. So they don't probably feel any sense of affinity or loyalty to that deputy.
You're right. That is the problem. But if they are in the same party and they don't trust each other, just because of this faction, is the factions that is the cause of this problem. Because just like you said, sometimes they will get deputy from another faction just to have, their support so that they can win the election, and they won't want the baton of power to switch to to that faction because of the fear that, when that faction get to power, they could use their own political power, to to exterminate the governor's group. I mean, the one that is leaving the stage. So because of that, they would like to go and look for somebody within their own group, in one commissioner appointment, maybe position of commissioner or somebody within their own group, to succeed them. And that is why we have this, problem of governors not giving the baton of power to their deputy when they are leaving the stage. So, but let's see what is going to happen. I believe that that guy belongs to his group, and he has endorsed him, and that is why that guy left that one of the strongest position in the state to pursue that gubernatorial ambition.
All right, we watch that space to see if he wins. So let's now take you now to a completely different narrative. So Precious Chikwendo, of course, the wife of Fani Kayode, now telling the court that not once has Fani Kayode, in 6 years of marriage, not once has he come to say, Dudu, call me daddy in the other room. So what are you then making of this revelation by Mrs. Fani Kayode, who now says she wasn't even properly married? What are you making of that space, Ajale Koko?
That statement is aimed at embarrassing that guy. She made that statement at the court to embarrass him. And to me, I don't think she supposed to make that statement, because whether she like it or not, he's still the father of the children. Yes, both of them are not together. Yes, the guy we could see him as irresponsible for several times that he abused the wife, or physical abuse and all those kind of nonsense, that the way he treated the wife. Yes, that is very bad. But sometimes the problem between you and your husband, secret rather, between you and your husband, you don't have to reveal it to the world, because both of you are going through problem. You don't have to reveal it. So to me, what she
did. Sorry to butt to come in. I mean, when you are making a court application, you have to state your situation. You have to state everything.
Yes,
but not to call the guy Okobo now.
No, you have to state it, because I mean, when you can't consummate a marriage. I mean, like, I just want to say something before. That's a ground for that's what they call annulment. Is it annulment?
Annulment, yes.
Yeah.
And this, I think, is what she was seeking. That the marriage
that should be an annulment.
Yeah.
Because if he was not divorced from the previous marriage, that's a ground for annulment. And I think she can just state that alone. And like Ajale Koko said, which I agree with you, from a Yoruba perspective or from a traditional perspective, that you're the father of your kids, you don't want to rubbish him, because this will always remain in public domain for years to come. So just state that, okay, he has not been divorced from the previous marriage, you have evidence, just ask for annulment rather than say all these things she's saying, which for me, I don't think it's not bad if she said it, because she's trying to help her own case, just to prove that reason why she wants to annul or divorce or go our separate ways.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, if she didn't say that, the abuse cases and other maltreatment are enough to help her case at the court, and not embarrassing him in the public face that, hey, this guy cannot jiggy jiggy. You
I
cannot
was
jaga
wondering.
jaga.
I was wondering how you were going to negotiate that space, Ajale
Ajale
Coco. I was
Coco.
wondering how you are going to escape that one.
Ajale
Ajale
Coco.
Coco.
Look at
He
that,
cannot.
jiggy jiggy.
The guy cannot. He cannot fiki faka faka fiki.
Look at that. He has turned him into a laughing stock. Although he was one from the
So
get-go.
yeah. So the children now, that embarrassment will go to the children as well. People will look. Oh, look at this is the son of this thing. Father cannot do anything now. You know
And they
they
say that,
can.
children can be very cruel, especially in
Yeah.
the playground. And they all hear this
Oh yes.
news.
Oh yes.
They will, when they gather around them in the playground. We were just doing one story
The
yesterday.
bully is children. I mean, her children with this secret that she painted, to the public. It is not good. People should be reasonable sometimes. I don't know where some of our people, particularly our ladies, learn all this stupidity from. It's not our.
But they can fight dirty if they feel wrong done by. If they feel you done them wrong,
Yes.
they can fight. They'll they
Yeah.
will show you pepper.
Most of the
But
time.
Oga Janikoko, Oga Janikoko, I beg, don't forget say that Fanika is a very big gun. No, so you need, you need also very,
But
you have
that
to
is
be, you have to be very
that is
aggressive.
what the wife is saying now. The gun is not as big as you think.
No, not the one they were telling Jenchu, not the
Look at this
Togo.
guy.
You know, with Jenchu, okay, but that's not different. But I mean, but in the society, FFK is a big boss. It's a big gun. So in order to fight, you have to be like a rational man said. When you go to the court, you have to say everything, nothing but the truth. Carry on, sir. See?
So
Big boss with small pistol.
Hey, this is it. Big gun.
But the driver, the helper, not the driver. The driver feel helper, the driver. Maybe not helper to
say the
produce those children.
driver. You'll be surprised how many of those are so-called big men. These children that they parade is actually more the driver, the cook. Yes, now when they go and gather all these young women and pack them, look at the Alafin for your at 80 something marrying some 23-year-old, 30-year-old girl. So we already know that when the palace belt is rocking, the Alafin is not necessarily always in situation.
So what she did is not good. I don't support that. It's an act of immorality. She can win her case at the court, by stating other facts, other reasons why she wants to leave, and it will be granted. So I'm not exonerating Fani Kayode as well. He's a very cruel man. Maybe he need help. He needs some.
No, you can tell that is not balanced. You can just tell. Yeah,
I think
somebody who has been married almost like 4 times, right?
Yeah.
So he starts to tell you
he
that's a red flag.
He needs spiritual help. He needs some serious help, because I don't know why you want to beat your wife, somebody that have children, good children for you. Why do you have to constantly be beating her, abuse her, and
I thought those days were gone. When people beat their wife, I thought that went out with 20, 30 years ago. You don't hear it these days. These days,
it happens a lot. It still happens a lot.
I don't know why some people can just raise their hand. I don't know the kind of heart they have to just put their hand on woman. I cannot even.
It proves nothing other than you're physically stronger than her, and that is not the point. That's already a gender. Is already established by gender. Yeah. So it doesn't make what you are trying to assert right. It just shows you're physically stronger than her.
Yeah, and what do you want to achieve? And just show your physical strength over her, beat her, let her cry. Would that make you happy? Would that give you joy? I don't know. So that guy need help. Maybe God will help him. It's just he's going through a lot now with the case and this lady coming out with this again. But I won't be surprised tomorrow if you see another beautiful lady with
Of
Fanika.
course, now. Look at that. Dollar
Ajale
speaking.
Kuku.
Dollar speaking.
Ajale Kuku.
Yeah.
I think we need to send this guy to meet one man, because if you see where one man is doing exercise every morning, press up, you'll be shocked.
Press off. No. You are trying to mock me. Look at the engineer. All right, thank you. Let me move you quickly back to a more familiar territory. Ajanle Koko, Director General of National Broadcasting Corporation, essentially collating a hit list of anti-Buhari media outlets. So what are you making then of that revelation? A whistleblower alarms to the space.
Yeah, it's we should give kudos to that whistleblower that is alerting us. This show once again that this administration will not back down to crush any voice of dissent against them or any media house whatsoever that trying to do their job in such a way that they are expected to do their job, particularly in the areas of investigative journalism. They won't want that. And this is what dictators does when they are in power. They don't want people to know the dirty work they are doing behind the scenes. They want to keep everybody's mouth shut so that they can continue to perpetrate their criminality and illegality. One man, we discussed it yesterday, and you seems to be on the side of the government or saying that, oh, the government is not, there's still freedom of press in Nigeria. You are getting all this talking point that we come here to discuss on this platform from Nigeria media and stuff like that. But we have seen it. We saw the way the Commodore Adewumi or Lawumi, the way they quickly invited him after revealing the abnormalities that is going on within the Nigerian military ranks and intelligence circles. They quickly invited him to the defense headquarters, and the guy have to hire Falana to go with him, for his security, for them to know that yes, he has one of the strongest, if it's not the strongest, attorney in Nigeria that defend the right of the people. He took him with him, and we saw what they did to the Chamberlain and the other guy that interviewed him. They were suspended. We saw the fine, the slam on the channels. So you cannot, under democracy, the freedom of the press is guaranteed by the Constitution. But you see an administration that doesn't want the media to operate to operate by in 100% to operate to their full capacity, their full objectivity. You don't want that to happen. You want to gag them. You want to control them. You want to issue out circular upon circular, warning them what to report, not to report. It is not done under democracy. For God's sake, under democracy, If we don't have the media in the front fighting for the people, then the interests of the people are doomed, are jeopardized completely, because it is the media that can reveal to people the corrupt practices that is going on in the government. Every level of government, whatever is going on there, it is the responsibility of the media to report it to us. Because politicians all over the world, whether in America or anywhere, they are the same. They want to hide some things from the public because they know it has some kind of corrupt element, or it carries some corrupt practices, but it is the media that will fish it out. And then we, the people, will now say, oh, this is what is going on, let us investigate it. And when that investigation is done, it's done for the interest of the people to prevent the reoccurrence of such incident, but they don't want it to happen. They continue gagging the media. So let's see what they will eventually do. I mean, the whistleblower has alerted the nation, and it is ridiculous that the job that NBC can do, they have the capacity to do that job. If they want to do it, now they are outsourcing it. What does that tell you, woman? That is another way of looting our money.
Yeah, that tells me that they are looking to do a dirty job, because what they are intending to do with whatever they are outsourcing is not something that is to the good of anybody. That's why, that's night work, isn't it?
Yes. So they will slam media. During that process of slamming them, then they will loot money as well. This is alarming. This is what the assemblies, or the what do you call them? The National Assembly that we have, they are not representing, or they are representing themselves and their family, and they never carried out any assignment in the interest of us. So this is what they should be looking into, and make sure that they prevent it, or they are regarded as the backbone of democracy. But our own assembly, they are aid. I mean, how do I call it?
Aid and abet.
Aid and abet. Corrupt practices, and every bad thing that this administration has inflicted on this nation, they aided this administration, to achieve it. It's just very shameful, woman. But let's wait and see what is going to come out of it. We are ready. As far as this platform is concerned, we are international platform. We will be here to expose them. We will push the case to the world. We are ready here for them. Anytime.
Yes. Bring it on, Balarabe. All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, for reasons of time, let me move on to Black League, who hopefully is still with us, but I suspect he may not be. But let's go to him. Black League. Yes, I think he may well have left us. So let's go to Tony then. Who are you there?
I'm here. Yeah,
all right. Good of you too. So that space that Ajanle Koko left, I'm not sure how much you've been listening to, but you may well have captured the backdrop to it. This chap now, in terms of the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation or Commission, getting together a hit list of media outlets that are anti-government, looking for means to clamp down on them. So what are you then making of that vis-a-vis press freedom?
No, let me skip back to the OONI.
No, sorry, that was Black League. Is that Black League?
No. Okay. Sorry, sir. Okay.
Let me go to Black League first, and I'll come to you, Tony. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so the NBC situation, I don't know. They have to define what anti-government means. Because there's no clear definition for it. I mean, there should be freedom. There should be freedom of press in Nigeria. I mean, the bill has been passed as a law. Freedom of press is guaranteed on paper, but as we see now with certain actions like this one, I don't think it's guaranteed. But they should understand that journalism is called press for a reason. Their job is to press the government. That's their primary responsibility, is to press the government to make sure the government is alive to its responsibilities. So if the government in turn is trying to silence the press, I think the Nigerian people are in danger. So I want to believe this is fake news.
No, well, you want to believe, but nevertheless, it is not. It's a whistleblower from within. So, and there's several whistleblowers from within. Because that guy now, he's been rebel rousing since he went into that establishment. He came in latterly. And he, of course, just a couple of days ago, we were doing a session on this chap who is awarding contracts, not following procurement procedures. And then they asking them, the procurement department, to send award letters to people who were unknown to them. So this is the sort of thing that this guy is doing. So we already know its form. So this does not come as a surprise.
Yes, and with every news that comes out, there's the behind the scenes, what's going on, and then there's what they report. So I really think this targeted at the owner of AIT, Chief Raymond.
Yeah.
His last name, Doc
Pesi.
Yes, because the current regime has been after him for a while. He put out some documentaries, some negative, quote unquote, negative documentaries about the current president before the 2015 elections.
Yes,
so I think that got them, I think, in trouble, and the EFCC has been after him since. Linked him to the Suki Gate, if you remember that. And but right now he seems to be bouncing back, because at every PDP event is very visible. And of course, everybody knows his ties to Atiku Abubakar, who is, of course, a top contender for the 2023 election. So I think it's all a political game, just and that is targeted at him because, AIT was the biggest private media house in Nigeria before channels sprung. So, and he's heavily involved in politics. So I think that's just that's my personal take.
All right, thank you. You're dipping in and out heavily, Black League, but we'll persevere. So let's persevere and take you to this space. Yorubas must unite. OONI declares as FAYEMI monarchs orders storm to celebrate his 6th year coronation anniversary. So are you of the reading that these are coded Yoruba Nation words coming from the Ifes tool?
I don't think it's anything coded, but I think the OONI is just playing lip service to that. That's my personal take on it, because as you have rightly said, you don't think he supports restructuring for the Yoruba states to get their just due and control the resources in that domain. So I don't think what more unifying factor the Yoruba needs than that. Am I wrong on that?
Well, yes, I think every Yoruba man wants a Yoruba nation, but then we'll endure Nigeria, but we really want a Yoruba nation.
I don't think it's every.
I don't want Yoruba nation.
Look at that.
I don't want Yoruba nation.
And you call
I'm one Nigeria.
Look, hold on. You said you're no your man, Thomas.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm not to, but I'm almost minded to query that.
No,
I've been wanting to query that
Nigeria.
Which part of
Nigeria.
Is
it because
one man?
I'm one Nigeria?
One man, everybody from Oyo must have the same view.
No, we can't have the same view. One man.
Abba.
No, I'm from
Oyo
Oyo in
man.
Okeo.
No.
Yes, I'm Oyo
Is that
man.
the outskirts? The border. You are
does-
from border town, Abi. You are from
Thomas
border
does
town.
not know what he wants. Thomas
From
is
border
one of
town.
those that doesn't know what they want.
You sound like
I
a
know what I
tapper.
want.
Are you tapper?
He
You sound like a
criticizes,
tapper to me. You sound like a
he
tapper.
criticizes
Ajale Koko.
Nigeria. He said things are not working in Nigeria. Okay,
I
Yoruba
want
nation.
one
That is not a
Nigeria.
Yoruba man. This one is not
No,
even a
no, no,
Yoruba
no.
man.
I
Never mind.
want Nigeria.
You are
I
tapper.
want one
Tapper.
Nigeria.
Eh?
One man, there are
One
Yoruba
man,
people that
speak
doesn't
for
want
yourself.
Tapper man. Eh?
there
One
are
man,
Yoruba
speak
people
for
that doesn't
yourself.
want Yoruba nation.
I have not yet met one.
There are some.
So, Thomas, why do you want one Nigeria? Why?
No, let's get back to Black Click.
No,
Who has the floor?
don't let us go that route.
Yeah.
So we will take another time because we don't have more time. But I'm one Nigeria. Everybody has their opinion.
All right, and then you can have it, but let us have our own. But when we get Yoruba Nation, you know, of course. Anyway,
We will send
you
him
will
to
never get
of course
Yoruba
now,
nation. You will never get Yoruba nation.
Okay, all right.
And now they say you will join the Aborigines there for Australia. Go take their passport.
All right. Don't worry. They'll find you. They'll find you land in Daura. They'll find you land in Daura. But back to Black League. Black League, rescue us.
Well, one man, that just proved my point. Not everybody supports the Yoruba nation, but I don't think the OONI is doing enough to unite Yoruba. I don't think so. So I think it's just paying the service.
Who is paramount between, in your opinion, who is paramount between the OONI of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo?
I see the Alaafin of Oyo as the paramount, simply because the Oyo Empire had the strongest military might all of the land, and it was recognized all over Africa. So, you know, an empire is as strong as its military. That's what gives it strength. Before the economy can thrive, you have to have a thriving military first. So that, in contrast to OONI, I see OONI more as a spiritual leader.
Thank you. That's where I was taking you to. Do you see him at all as a king or just an Ifa priest? Is he more a priest than a king?
No, I mean, not just an Ifa priest, but I see him more
maybe
as
not just, maybe that just, but is he more an Ifa priest than a king?
Yeah, I see him more as like if there's anything like a paramount priest, like the spiritual leader of all of the Yoruba people. That's that position. That's how I interpret it.
So there's no contention then. The Alaafin, essentially the Oba of the Yorubas, and the OONI of Ife, the chief priest of the Yorubas. So everybody can now.
One man.
Oyo wins again.
One man.
The reason
you don't want
the reason why
let him follow through. Let him expand his logic. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
The reason why it seems like there's some confusion as to who is the paramount, I think it's because the federal government puts the OONI of Ife in that position instead of the Alaafin of Oyo.
Yeah, co-chair with
because,
Sultan of Sokoto, Abi.
Yes, to co-chair with Sultan of Sokoto, but that co-chair is just a name. He's the second in command.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
It's not going, we all know that now.
So
we all know
he's
that now.
So I think they prefer to go with OONI than Alaafin, because they see the Alaafin as more loyal to the Yoruba cause than the OONI.
One man, this question.
I think you are wrong. What you are saying here.
Let me say something. I just want to create some kind of.
Ajale Gogo, you always think I'm wrong.
Why do you think it's wrong, Ajale Gogo?
Oh yeah, he's just saying it.
But before you say that,
he's just saying opinion. He's not coming out with facts.
Yeah, I said that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Opinion is wrong. You have to follow the fact, the history, and the fact that come with history, and not just.
Ajale Koko, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Ajale Koko. I see this question that let me just say this quick. I see this question that one man is asking Black League, because Black League doesn't sound to me like a Yoruba person. Like,
why do you be asking?
No. It's a student of history, and it's a Pan-Africanist. It's steeped in African history. Black League.
I know, and I respect his views and his commentary on that. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's like somebody asking one man to say who is bigger between Obi of Onitsha and Asagba of Asaba.
Yeah, now if you say in your opinion, which is what I said, if they say in your opinion, then they know that this is the subjective view. Even though you being a Yoruba man and you ask to speak about the Igbo space, you know, that's how it is. That's how I see it. You get it? So
the rational mind.
Yeah.
But Asaba is also part of Oduduwa, my friend.
No, it's an Igbo.
The rational mind. I want to say something. The Black League. Now, let me say something now.
Can I respond to rational mind real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, rational mind. Like, one does not need to be from a particular group to understand the inner workings of it.
There you are.
You understand? Because history is recorded. History is recorded right now. I'm sure if I ask you about,
you are not stating the history. You are not. You are making your opinion.
No. He's giving hold on, Black League. It's giving an educated subjective view, which he's entitled to, an educated subjective view.
Correct. Which I said.
Yes. When I'm saying a fact, I tell you this is a fact. What I was giving you was my opinion, and I gave you my reasons. I told you why, because of the history, and the history records Oyo Empire as the largest, having the largest military, and a military to be reckoned with all over Africa. Yes. Not just Yoruba land, all over Africa, they were to be reckoned with.
What about the Benin Kingdom, which is the senior brother?
The Benin Kingdom also had it, but we're talking about the Yorubas right now.
Yeah, but we are part of Yoruba, so the Benin Kingdom is the first.
No, it's captured that with what he said now. If you...
The Black League. Can I say something? Yes, now, will you rank your opinion against the traditional rulers in Yoruba land? The only traditional ruler that claims that is superior to OONI of Ife is Alaafin Oyo. No other traditional rulers, including the foremost, that has ever said that. That's why I was referencing Awujale the other time. He ranked OONI as the most senior. He said followed by Alaafin, then followed by Alaketu, then followed by himself.
You told us all that already, but you.
But spiritually, that's also only spiritually, according to Black League.
Hold on, Tony. Okay, sorry. When you said that, you said Awujale was clapping back at a disrespectful comment made in his direction. So that was a laced comment that he was making. So I'm not sure that.
No, that was Alake. Alake was the one that was disrespected.
One man. Can I respond to Black League?
Go on.
Black League. I'm not trying to say what you said. Your opinion does not count, does not matter. But you see, there's certain space that sometimes when somebody who is not from that space. Comment. Let me talk now. Let me talk. Okay. I'm just. This is just for comedy. I'm not just trying to make any issue. Okay. You know, it's sometimes when you ask somebody who is not from a particular, just like somebody asking you one man to comment about between Obi of Onitsha and Asagba of Asagba, who is greatest among the two of them. You know, and then you start running. I mean, maybe it's me. I start running my mouth like, okay, yes, Asagba of Asagba is bigger than And somebody who is from Igbo, who views Obi of Onitsha as one of their paramount leaders in the East. And I would look like you, a Yoruba man, or me, a Yoruba man, talking about that's how I see it. So, but then I'm not saying from a historical perspective, from what he said is his own opinion, and being somebody who is vested in that area, who read history and all of that, I think, well, it makes sense to believe that. But for me, by chronological history, what's his name? This Ife man, what's his name? OONI of Ife. Forget me, I'm having some kind of a problem today. OONI of Ife, but maybe I've not drank enough coffee.
So it's been a long session, Karen.
Yeah, so OONI of Ife is holding that stool for Oduduwa. So by virtue of that, we will look at it from that point of view that is higher to Alaafin of Oyo. But Alaafin of Oyo, the only thing that makes Alaafin of Oyo, having some kind of importance, or even more, perhaps they put him on more higher than, because of the empire which.
But it's not an Oba. It's not an Oba, the Ooni of Ife.
Well, we cannot call him an Oba, but it's more like a
It's an Oba. It's an Oba. It's a spiritual leader. It's an Oba. It's a spiritual leader. Why do they call him? When they say, why do they say, why do they
you know, Ife is a settlement. A space the size of Ife in Yoruba land usually has a Baale, you know,
what do you mean by
that is his domain, which is Ife.
It's
a small settlement, and they usually have a Baale.
That Ife you are talking about, they have 5 kings in that Ife. 5 kings.
Don't worry, every street has a king in Yoruba land now.
Now, that is, I'm telling you, kings with, you know, that historical, traditional crown. This is not crown of Yebe Yebe. They have that Ife. They have 5 kings there. So, and they are.
What's the geographical size of Ife? Is it bigger than?
Don't worry. What is the geographical size? We are talking of the source.
It's not up to Ikeja.
Hold on. We are talking of the source. That is the historical source of Yoruba around the world.
Yes, which makes him a priest. Arode Odua is a priest.
The Jews that are controlling the world today, what is the size of Jerusalem? Is it as big as Ile-Ife? No, but they control the world. So don't let us look at the size of where that place look like. But we are talking of, you know, the history tells us that Ooni of Ife, he is the #1 king in Yoruba land, and Alaafin of Oyo knows that very well. They can brag when it comes to political, because Ooni does not participate in political. It's Alaafin that, you know, because it controls a large size of land in Yoruba land. So the politics he play and all the rest, the empire make him great, but he knows his father. He knows where he comes from. And he will always, you know, respect that place. You understand what I'm saying? So, Ooni of Ife is a spiritual power. I mean, spiritual king, the #1 of all king in Yoruba land, and Yoruba king all over the world, even those that are outside Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Black League. Round off your thoughts on that space. So now you've been told, don't mention Yoruba kings anymore, otherwise you get a beating. But Black League.
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land.
No. I mean, nobody's going to scare him. He's a big boy.
No, the definition of a king is universal. You can't have a king without political power. So a spiritual leader cannot also be the paramount in the political domain. You have to have both to be a king in that sense. And that's why I refer to him as the spiritual leader of the Yorubas all over the world, including the one in Brazil.
I said you are wrong. It's not. I said you are wrong. Don't keep saying that. Don't tell us our history. That is your own opinion. But our own history, we that are Yoruba are telling you, this is who we are. This is who the Ooni is. And you still want to continue pushing back.
No, I'm not pushing back. I heard this from Yorubas themselves. I didn't hear it
including me, because I
people that don't know. Some Yoruba does not know well, even they don't know their history well. So they can tell you all sort of story. It's story. They are just telling you story. And some are biased. Some are biased. Some are from Oyo. Like one man from
Oyo. Including the Alaafin. The Alaafin might not know the history.
Forget that. You don't know the politics going on there. That's why you are saying that. It's politics of supremacy. It's trying to prove that,
Oh, no, he's not
But
trying
the
to prove,
federal
he's trying to
government, look,
assert.
the federal government
Of
that
course.
appointed OONI and this thing, they know the history. You think they just speaking for nothing?
No,
That
no,
is
I'm
the
not
source.
referring to that.
That
When
is
no,
the
I'm just responding to you saying,
yeah.
"Oh, I don't understand the Yoruba culture," but all this I got from paramount Yoruba leaders, including the Alafin
No,
himself.
Alafin is just trying to promote himself to a position that
No,
he does not merit.
because he is a
He does
king.
not merit that
Kingship comes
position.
with politics. That's my
Well,
point.
Alafin is
So
a
he's just playing
historian.
his role.
Alafin is a historian.
He knows that he does not merit that number one in Yoruba land. So he's just playing politics, dirty politics. And we know why. We know why,
So
but we are not going to say it on this platform.
All right,
Some
but me
other people could know.
personally,
I know
I agree
Allah will
with.
know why too, but we don't want to go there to start, spreading our dirty linen outside. No, we
All
know
right.
why. We'll
But
just
I
leave it like
agree
that.
with Black League somewhat, because you cannot be a king without a kingdom, and there's no kingdom in Ife. It's just a little settlement.
If it's a kingdom, was a kingdom, or one man. You don't know the history.
All right. Okay.
Israel was a kingdom.
Well, I don't know about that.
Kingdom.
Well, not in
Have
the
you been to
history
Ife
books.
before?
Eh?
It
is in the history book.
Well, of course,
you don't
I've been
know.
to
You
Ife
don't
before.
know.
So what did you see when you got there?
Just some hamlets and.
Look at it. Roma have never been there before.
Eh?
Let's pardon Omar. He's a bit
hold on. No, I was there when even that's where Unife is. You know, my sister went there.
So
Ife is a
because you
kingdom.
went there because your sister there doesn't mean you know Ife as
No,
well.
I spent time there. My uncle
Okay.
lectured there. I spent time, you know.
Okay. So, but then, do you know that they have vessel kings? I mean, there are other sub kings that are under that are also part of.
And as I said, every street has a somewhat of a king. You
No,
know that
that-
now.
that-
You know that
no.
wherever it is, in Ikeja alone, I'm sure there are about 5 kings.
That one is children. It does
Oregun to
not.
K2 to
Those
whatever.
are
No, those one.
That's
are
what
bandits.
I'm saying. Now, every street has a king in Yoruba land.
Agbero King still there. Agbero
Look at
King.
that.
Yeah.
Let me see Olomo.
That's that thing in the
Hello.
whole of Southwest. I mean, you just imagine some streets after, like you said, really, you're right. In Lagos, some streets have their own so-called kings, you know.
Yeah, so say you have a lot of kings in Ife. It doesn't say anything.
But you know there's a rivalry.
Let me tell you one thing.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing.
It's just ridiculous.
Yes, every street has a king in Yoruba land.
Sorry, let me say this. Angelico. You know that there's a rivalry between Oba of Lagos and the king in Badagry. You know there's a rivalry between them too.
For who has supremacy?
Yeah, yes, that's Accra of Badagry. There's this, so there's this problem among all of them because they just feel the Echo believe they owns Echo, that is above Lagos, and the Badagry believes that they own Lagos because Lagos without Badagry you cannot take it away from them. So I mean, it's just a problem among Yorubas about this supremacy and all of that. For me, between Ife and I'll look at it from a historical point of view, like Blackley said. I don't know. I think Blackley said Oyo, but for me, I would say, what's it called? Ife, being the footstool, I mean, that's place, the origin, as they say, historically. Whoever sits on that throne is sitting in place for that Oduduwa there. I would say Oduduwa should be rated higher than any other king in Yoruba land.
You know, Ife is a space for deities. That's where the deities of Yoruba land are. That then speaks to a religious base, which then speaks to Ifa-hood, which then makes him an Ifa priest. Yeah.
I see Ife as like.
Sorry, let's hear from Blackley. Yeah, go on.
I see Ife as what Jerusalem is to Christians, what Mecca is to Muslims. That's what Ife is.
That is exactly it.
You guys don't know it. Let me tell you.
And you don't have a king you have a pope in Rome, not a king.
Let me tell you this. What is the symbol of authority of king? That is the Okpashe and the crown. That one that you are laughing for your ass came from Ile-Ife.
Yes.
If he doesn't, hold on, one man. So it's responsible to somebody. The person that gave him that symbol of authority is the boss.
No.
So that is that. So let me tell you this. So every crown in the whole of Yoruba land, all the Yoruba king, everywhere you see in Yoruba land, we have 972 kings in Yoruba land. All of them.
Ajade Koko, let me make this quick point. Let me make this quick point. In the United Kingdom, the monarchy, the king, the queen, they are crowned by I think the bishop in the Westminster Chapel, and the crowns are kept in the chapel in the Westminster. So are you then saying that that bishop in Westminster that crowns the king and has custody of the crown in lieu of a king being crowned? Are you saying he's supposed?
No, you cannot.
Is that not the analogy you're drawing?
No,
because
our own tradition is different from theirs.
Now Afobaje.
Oyibo tradition is different from ours.
But is it not Afobaje?
It is not
Afobaje. That tradition was actually gotten from Africa, where the kingmakers always consisted of the spiritual head of like the spiritual leader of whatever domain that was. He or she always considered the kingmakers. So when it was time to choose a new king, whatever the spiritual leader said is what
what's wrong with your system?
You're breaking up, yeah.
Your system is rambling somehow.
The dentist is
it clear? So
you see, you speak against the OONI and it comes after you. Look at that.
That's the daisy from Oyo.
As I was saying, we have two families that have the authority to crown, from where the king, the staff of office comes from. Every king you see in Yoruba land, the crown and the Opache must either come from Oduduwa or the Obatala. The Obatala are the one they call the Sheshe Pons, So Oyo, the crown they are laughing at is from, and they can take it, and OONI can take that crown from him anytime if you want to. Hold on. That is the tradition. I'm telling you the tradition. Hold on, I'm telling you the tradition now.
No.
Hold on.
It's Afobaje now. Come on.
No, it's not Afobaje. We are talking of, look, let me tell you, the first time that OONI came out from Ile-Ife to Shagamu, when there was war in Shagamu, I think it was 1913. All the kings in Yoruba land, that was the first time that OONI will ever step out from the palace. The OONI back then, when he came out to settle the war that was going on from in Shagamu, between Shagamu and this other town next to Shagamu, they call it Ekwe. All the king all over Yoruba land, all of them stepped outside the palace. They were outside the palace. They were not in the palace throughout that journey that OONI went and came back in honor that our superior king, the most superior among gods, including the Alaafin, including the Alaafin, they were all outside the palace.
You're asking me to take your word for that. I don't imagine.
I am telling you, including the Alaafin.
I actually agree with that.
Then slept outside the
palace. You agree with it because it sounds romantic, Abi.
No. It's not that.
All of them, because it sounds romantic. You agree with it.
No. I actually agree, but that doesn't mean there's a clear difference.
All of them vacated the palace and stay outside the palace praying for OONI to go.
How was this documented for you to know? How was this documented for you to know?
It's in the history book.
Which history book?
It's in the history book.
I didn't come across it there.
If you don't know your history, it's another thing. It's in the
Ajale Coco,
Eh?
Ajale Coco, that's tradition.
3,000 cows. Let me tell you, hold on. 3,000 cows were killed while Oni was on his way to Chagamu and came back to Ilefe. 3,000 cows.
Yes, they were giving him spiritual social support because he's on a mission for Yoruba nation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is the most powerful king.
Yeah, but that's spiritual support now because he's on the Yoruba nation mission.
Yes, but that is what I'm saying. As the most superior,
as the chief priest,
as the most superior, all the kings were outside the palace. They couldn't sleep inside their palace. Do you know what palace mean? Do you know what the palace mean? For king not to stay in his palace.
Okay,
that means the Lord in Yoruba land.
Grace will go and research what you just said and report back because she is not convinced either. Grace, you are not convinced how you see it, yeah.
Okay,
but back to you, Black Lake.
That is an history. That's an history. Yeah.
Ajale Coco, I think you're speaking to culture historically. So
what are you talking? What do you mean by
kingmakers are different from kings. So just because kingmakers select a king, once you become a king, there's a clear difference. There are two different roles. A king has a kingdom to pretend over, while a spiritual leader is there as the guide and the in-between between the ancestors and the ones that are alive. So the spiritual leader is different from the king. Yes, they will show him respect by coming out according to tradition, but that doesn't mean he's king.
You know that the Oromiyan that went to set up Oyo land was the grandson of Odudua. Do you know that? And he knows his father's house. He knows that his father's house is superior. Do you know that?
I don't. You look. Are you embellishing?
Oromiyan
was the one that went to set up Oyo Empire that you are starting to do.
You don't know your history.
What history? What do you? I know more than you, Thomas. You that you don't even know. You a Yoruba man that doesn't know. I know your man. Look at this guy.
Oromiyan was the one that founded Oyo that you are talking today.
Yeah, that is correct because every father wants his son to be greater.
Is the grandson of Odudua.
Hello, Ajani Coco, please, sir. Ajani Coco, please, please. Every father
be greater than his father.
No, every father wants his son to be greater. That's why that the Benin Empire and the Oyo Empire are very great.
Yeah. So
yes, because they are the strongest. They are the strongest because the father house, you have to leave your father house to go and build an empire, and then you become the strongest, like the Benin Empire and the Oyo Empire. These are the recognized empires in Yoruba land.
Why are you always trying to add Benin Empire? Benin Empire is just a tribal issue now.
No, but very big. But very strong. But by extension, Oyo state. Sorry, Oyo Empire is also part of Benin Empire.
Look at this guy.
By extension.
Black League, please rescue us. Is Benin really an empire? Is it just some tribe? Like, are they just they are tribesmen now?
No, the Benin is the Benin Empire.
You can continue on another topic, woman.
All right. Let him land on that, and I'll push him on to go on Black League.
Yes.
Yeah, the Benin Empire is clearly related to the Yorubas, although with time, it sprang up to be two different groups. But they are also a powerful empire. But I wanted to ask a very quick question about the Benin Empire and how it's changing, because I know the Oba of Benin is a very, revered position. And also, according to my understanding of the tradition, he doesn't leave his palace. Am I wrong? Like, he's not supposed to leave his palace. Any visitor has to visit him. He cannot go visit somebody.
Okay, yes. Tony.
Yeah, that is so. That is so. That is why we are
but
even.
it's changing. It's changing. The current Oba is in Sokoto, is in Abuja, you know, traveling up and down.
Yeah, that is why.
So
That is why. Yeah, that is why. That is why we are in danger right now. Right from Yoruba land, and you see the whole southwest, old western region. We are in danger because our obas are now, Rolls Royce obas.
What would you rather them be in this time and age? You want them to still be, you know,
No, they have to show
would
that power. They have to show that power, of conquer. Conquering other tribes that are coming to, that threat, that pose
but
threat
that
to us.
power is gone now. That power is gone now. The power now is AK-47. That's the only power now.
One man,
AK-47.
Oba of Lagos run for answers.
Hey,
He
look
no
at
get
that.
power. There is no Oba again. There is no Oba again. Oba will command. People will disappear. People will die. There is
Thank
no
you.
Oba anywhere again.
Did you see when they raided
Yoruba land.
the palace in Lagos and they found dollars in coffin? This is
Yes,
what they did.
there
This
is,
is
they
the
don't have any power. One man.
It's
They are
just
internet
boju
Obas.
now. Boju.
Yeah, that was what Ola was referring to. I mean, things are very bad right now. That the only solution is to do one nation, so that because these people they will be nearer to us. See the leaders, so we know where they came from, and then you can go to them and deal with them. That's what we're saying.
All right, thank you. So, Black League, a quick commentary on the Dangote visit to Ghana, and then I'll start to round off. Are you there?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you hear the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
His visit to Ghana, I think he's just trying to expand the Dangote empire over there. He's slowly taking over Africa, and he's very diplomatic. So that's why he was showering praises on the Ghanaian president. But that aside, I do think the Ghanaian president is doing good. But Dangote is a very strategic businessman. He's everywhere. One night you see him on the night of handover with Goodluck Jonathan. As soon as it's handover, you see him with Buhari. Yeah. Like within 24 hours, he's there permanently. You see him with whoever.
You know what Showore calls people like that? He calls them a jeep. Do you know what that means?
Any government in power.
There you are. So that is a businessman. Is a jeep. Any government in power. So thank you, Black League. So again, we've exceeded our 4-hour mark. So we run through rapidly just the sum up things. So we start off with Thomas and we round trip it all the way. So just a quick sum up from you, Thomas.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, one man. I am one Nigeria. I don't believe in Yoruba nation, because even everyone that is agitating for Yoruba nation now, they are just packing money into their pocket. So when we haven't got our nation, people are siphoning people, embezzling money, which was donated to the Yoruba nation. So when you get your nation, what you do? So I want Nigeria to work. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. And have a good night. And thank you for your contribution. So from Thomas, just as succinctly to Ola.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for coming online and for taking time to listen to us. Like I keep saying, we need more people to join. The more opinion we have, the better we learn things. Now, I just want to challenge every one of us that we need to know our history. When we know our history, we'll be able to know where we should be. As we are now in Nigeria now, I'm sorry to say, we are confused because we don't even understand our history. The fact that we don't understand our history, that some people understand, that's why they are using that thing to play the game in Nigeria today. If you see what Fulani has been trying to do, all the Fulani, foreign Fulani have been trying to do around Yorubas, especially on your side, axis, is what they've been trying to do even before there was the Nigeria was even created artificially. that kind of mentality to dominate is still what they are still trying to do indirectly today. But unfortunately, now we have government in town that is even giving indirect, or maybe I can say direct support, right? By the way they look away. What am I saying here is that if we know our history, we know exactly what we want. Yeah, I've listened to people, we want one Nigeria, we want this thing. See, we are different. If restructuring is still going to be what is going to make us have peace today, well, let us have restructuring. But at the end of the day, I still think the ultimate solution is for all the nationalities in Nigeria to go their ways. If you want to now renegotiate with others to form some kind of alliance, bigger like USSR and other this thing, good for you. But the fact remains that we are totally different. Let us know our history. If you understand our history, we can now understand what is playing out in Nigeria today. Hope to see you later. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go to UK, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. So UK, are you there? No, yes, I think UK may well have left us. So from UK, we go on to Rational Mind. So let's hear from Rational Mind.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Again, it's been a day, another night's day for everybody. I mean, depending on where we live, deliberating on issues as it affects that our beloved country called Nigeria. We all want that country to succeed because we have families, we have friends, we have people that we are related to in one way or the other. And sometimes it pains us to, most of us who live in diaspora, we see how things works in other countries, but then a country as Nigeria, that's with that population and the resources it has should not be in the situation where it is. But everything boils down to the crop of leaders we've had ever since the birth or the constitution of that country as a nation or as a country. So just for me, just to conclude, is about the Ruga. I think all this while we've been hearing, I mean, it's been silent, maybe because we never heard from the likes of Kanu again, Kanu, who was always throwing out this whole thing of the Fulani agenda. I think we don't even know, I think we no longer speak about the Fulani agenda on this platform much like we used to. And maybe because Sunday Igboho is no longer active, is no longer there to also champion this cause of the Yoruba nation and go into this forest. And when Gumi was coming down and his minions, they were coming down and looking for where to come and occupy. And because these people are no longer active, maybe that's why. So I know there's been this silence all this while. So now that we're hearing that the Minister of Agriculture is still bent in wanting to bring about this Ruga, it tells you that this is not going away. But how far they can go, we shall see. Because I know the resistance has been already put in place. And whether they will succeed, time will tell. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Well put, succinct, and to the point. So always a delight in your company. Rational Mind now, Alexander Gomez, personal favorite. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Tony. Tony, to you.
Yes, sir. From the discussion so far, so we can detect the fact now that that Buhari is not there because all Andrews are leaving the country. Remember that Buhari is the man that said that Andrew, please don't go. So when all Andrews are leaving, both the qualified and the unqualified are leaving the country, that means Buhari is not alive, and the war against discipline, it's no longer there. You know what I'm saying? So Buhari is not there because we can see that this problem we're having has started from 2016 when this guy was on a life support at the London hospital. So of which you are rightly aware of. But I don't know, due to political, you want to be politically correct, that when this man cannot face the press, and the man is looking too young to be an 80 years old. You know what the man that they put the mask on his face. And then I don't know, so we don't know what to do. Just kind of like black, black man, black man. There's no hope. So now God bless him, for helping us out. You know what I'm saying. So South Nigeria, please, people. Good night.
All right, thank you, Tony. Sorry, I couldn't really come to you fully. I am aware that I did not come to you fully, but
No problem. No problem, because my place is not so loud. My place is very loud because I'm in the winter garden, in the winter garden, I'm just trying to relax there. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. Then maybe tomorrow, probably.
All right. Thank you, Tony. I just wanted to acknowledge that I am aware that we did hear from you fully, but we heard a bit from Black League, so let's hear some more by way of parting words. Black League, to you.
Yes, just a summary of everything. Just like I think it was Allah who said he's for one Nigeria. I'm also for one Nigeria. In an extension, I'm actually for one Africa. So as people are clamoring to break away from Nigeria, I'm seeking to add more, because the more we are, the better. Every country's
Black League is not Ola that called for one Nigeria. It's Thomas. That's Thomas.
All right, my bad. Thomas.
Thomas is your friend.
Yes. So I'm actually for one Africa. I want us to add more to Nigeria, because every country, its strength lies in its landmass, the people in it, and the resources there. Nigeria has all of that, but in extension, Africa has a lot more. And when we come together as one Africa with one federal government at the center, broken down into the countries become states, or however way it wants to be broken down, or sub-regions. I think that's the best way forward for us as a whole. When that happens, all the agitations for sure will die down, because Africa has enough resources to go around and to feed the rest of the world. It's already feeding the rest of the world, but we need to now feed ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Black League. So Ola, of course, who you mispronounced, he is already coming back at you. One Africa when one Nigeria has not worked. They make me laugh. So that is Ola clapping back at you. So thank you, Black League. Always a delight. So now to the mighty Ajanle Koko, just condense it into like a short sum up for us, Ajanle Koko. So the final word as ever to the mighty Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, to you.
I thank everybody that came on the platform today. You've shared a meaningful thought, and I want to thank Ola particularly for responding to Black League call for one Africa. When one Nigeria cannot work, I don't know how one Africa will work. Nkrumah tried it. It failed. What happened to Nkrumah? The rest is history today. What happened to Nkrumah? Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt was make such an attempt to. What happened to him in the Arab world? So that's an history. Muammar Gaddafi did everything trying to bring all Africans together. What happened to him is an history today. So thinking of one Africa, I don't see it coming. That's a wishful thinking. So I want to back what Ola said by advising we, the Yorubas, to go and read our history. I think most of us does not know our history well, and that is why we that's why we could not distinguish between who we are and Nigerian. So if Thomas can really go and study the history of Yoruba, so maybe that will help him to know who he is, and that can definitely enlighten him and open his a pathway for him to know what he wants, because it seems that he does not really know what he wants. He doesn't. He supports one Nigeria, he's criticizing Nigeria, and he stay abroad. So as far as Nigeria is concerned, we know that Nigeria cannot work. Nigeria is failing, and is failing very, very fast. And the electricity that we talk about today, there's no way that Nigeria will have electricity. It's not going to come, because the system that centralized the generation and distribution, and every energy generated must be passed on the national grid. It's not done in any part of the world. So as long as we have that system in place, forget about it. You're not going to have electricity. And when you don't have electricity, you're not going to have industrialization. And we don't have industrialization, you're not going to generate wealth. And when you don't generate wealth, you will be a backward country, because a lot of your people will go into poverty. And that is what is going on in Nigeria now. A lot of Nigerians are drifting down into poverty and going below even the poverty line. That is disastrous. That is what Nigeria have for you, Thomas. If you want to keep with your Nigerian, keep it up. So, but other than that, I want to thank our viewers all over the world. Please subscribe to this channel, particularly those of you that have not subscribed. Please subscribe, share, like, click on the notification button, and so that whenever One Man Went to More is going on live, you shall get notified. And for those of you, our brother behind the scene, particularly to my brother Alessandra Gomez, Akashi, Alessandra Akashi, and others. Sorry if I didn't mention your name, please. I want to thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. God will bless you all. God will bless all of us together. So tomorrow, One Man, God will bless you as well. We'll see you again tomorrow, God's willing.
All right, thank you. The mighty Ajale Koko, as ever, as only he can, and no one else. But then, usually the word ends there. But it looks as though Black Lee continues his conversation with Ajale Koko via the comment section. So let me just read Black Lee's reply to Ajale Koko's commentary and his disagreement with his one Nigeria, one African narrative. So this is Black League now. It says the OAU's decision not to go with Nkrumah's stance is the exact reason why Africa is in its current predicament. So that is what he's saying to Ajanle Koko's commentaries. And and it goes on to add, one Africa with over 1.2 billion people with more resources than any other part of the world. So one Africa will be over 1.2 billion people with more resources than any other part of the world. So that is him clapping back. So that tees up then the conversation that will take place then whenever the two gentlemen are on the platform together again. So we've all been together on the platform this time around. Ajele Koko has invited you to click on the subscribe button. So do that immediately and right now. So I'll leave you here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here, say peace.